welcome Ms. Kenisha Robinson, our Data Protection Officer, who will lead us in prayer.
Good morning, everyone. Please clasp your hands and close your eyes as I pray. Bow your heads and hearts reverently before the Lord. Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us together for this research day. You are the source of all wisdom. And as it says in Proverbs, wisdom is the principal thing. Bless every presenter and participant with clarity, confidence, and understanding. Let our discussions be meaningful, our ideas impactful, and our efforts fruitful. Remove fear and grant us peace as we share and learn together. May all that is done today bring glory to you and contribute to growth and knowledge. And all of God's wonderful people say amen.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. I'd like to welcome also those who are online. Today, we bridge legacy and innovation. Our objective is not merely to present research, but to interrogate how evidence informs policy, practice, and impact. As chair, I encourage focused dialogue, strategic partnership, and clear pathways from insight to implementation. I look forward to outcomes that strengthen and build and bolster our institutions and communities. I now invite Ms. Nadine Molloy, JP, and Principal of Shortwood Teachers College to deliver the official welcome.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Burton-Salmon. Mr. Stevenson, Grantley Stevenson, our chairman, who is online, Mr. Robert Gibbs, our vice chairman, other members of the board, I see Mr. Gary Allen, Mrs. Renee Williams-Brown, Senior Education Officer of the Ministry of Education, Youth, Skills and Information. The Honorable Chad Blackman, Minister of Education, Transformation from Barbados. We also have with us Dr. Smith from the University Deputy Provost, I hope I got your title right, of the University of Cayman. We also have with us Dr. Leah Gillens, Chairman and Founder of the Jamaica Diaspora Action Network. We have our man of the moment, the President of the JT. I give him an extra special hand, who is on the front line fighting for us. Other distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our senior members of staff, and our student leaders and students, everyone joining us online. It is my pleasure to welcome you, my distinct pleasure to welcome you to our 140th anniversary edition of Research Day. As Shortwood Teachers College continues to celebrate this milestone anniversary, it is certainly with a great sense of anticipation that I welcome you. Our heritage is strong, it is far-reaching, it is global. And so the theme, Heritage and Horizons, Reimagining Research for Tomorrow, is certainly appropriate. And as I say in the program, it invites us to honor the rich intellectual and cultural educational heritage that has shaped this institution and indeed the region, while boldly engaging with the possibilities that lie ahead. And that is why for this Research Day, we were sure to make sure that we were sure to have the diaspora with us. And that's why you see all these persons who have distinguished themselves in other places. And we even took it one step further. We took a Bajan here, who this is his 17th trip to Kingston. Clap him for me, please. Now we're operating at a time when the region continues to navigate complex global challenges, and I don't have to name them. But research must serve as both a mirror reflecting our lived realities, what our lives are really saying, and also as a compass guiding innovative and contextually relevant solutions. It also affirms that education is a fundamental human right, Mr. President, and as a union person, I cannot escape that. And this fundamental human right must evolve to meet the needs of those who we as educators have accepted to serve. Research like what? Research that you will encounter today done by the people here at Shortwood Teachers College. And I will highlight two for us, not that they are any more important than the others, but I'll highlight two. We have one where we did a research on the relationship between nutrition and academic performance. The literature review and the findings of the study corroborated the importance of food security to developmental outcomes, and in part guided our decision to structure our fees in such a manner that students can seek and obtain financial support for meals. You will also encounter many research posters, and one of them examines, and you will also get some videos to go with those research posters. It examines our programs and the impact that we've had, that we are having so many outstanding educators who are empowered and positioned to operate globally. These are but two of the opportunities that we have taken today to add to the pool of information that exists for our country and region. We must continue to add to the pool of information that exists for global South countries like Jamaica. It is very important that we keep doing so. You see, there is a lack of good information being generated, and countries such as ours are falling behind in the artificial intelligence race. We are not represented as meaningfully as we could be because we do not research enough and publish or publicize that enough. And so much of what is being shared in artificial intelligence about countries like ours is taken from social media posts, which you know are not always researched, verified, and the kind of information that you want to be given on us. It, at best, is questionable. Today, Shortwood Teachers College is taking a step in the right direction, as we at Shortwood are constantly evolving, not only to meet the needs of our students, but we are very, very intentional about shaping minds that will future-proof teacher training and the teacher's educational impact. This year's program reflects our commitment to forward-thinking scholarship through key strands that are critical to national and regional development. This position is a crucial one in the shifting geopolitical ecosystems that is our reality today. Our focus on STEAM innovation highlights the importance of interdisciplinary approaches in solving real-world problems. The strand on climate resilience speaks directly to our shared responsibility as a small island developing state that needs to build sustainable, adaptable, and adaptive futures. In exploring artificial intelligence and ethics, we confront the urgent need to harness emerging technologies responsibly, ensuring that they enhance rather than diminish our humanity as Caribbean people. Even as we embrace all of these developments and innovations, we have to explore what it truly means for each of us. The intersectionality of the ecological impact of the rise of technology-driven data centers on climate change is cause for concern. The strong demand for water to cool data centers and the high electricity consumption can be seen as being diametrically opposed to the sustainable development goals set for the world, let alone small island nations like ours. Another research by one of our own lecturers on the impact of Hurricane Beryl on food security comes to mind as we consider both nutrition and climate resilience and the technology. The intersectionality is there for all of us to see if we wish to see. Equally, our emphasis on inclusive education reaffirms our mission to create equitable learning environments that respond to the diverse needs of all learners. Pulling all of these strands together voices the intersectionality of our varied, authentic experiences and voices, and how they should shape our positive responses through research, both internal and external. There is now funding available, and Shortwood will be improving the structure of how research is supported, packaged, and publicized through the Research Office, which the Ministry of Education promises to expand with further staffing. Through negotiations, and you know I cannot leave the JTA out of anything, through negotiations with the Jamaica Teachers Association, a research grant was won when the principal of the Monique Multidisciplinary College, Mr. Trustee Howard Isaacs, he was president then, he won a research grant for tertiary institutions, teacher training institutions, and that is now being dispersed. And we really, really thank the JTA and the Ministry of Education for that. Yes, they deserve a hand. We're especially honored to host a cadre of experienced speakers and presenters. They were named before, whose work is deeply grounded in the Caribbean and the diaspora experience, like I shared. Their insights, research, you can catch Dr. Gillen on Substack and sometimes on his social media pages. Their insights, research, and practice embody the resilience, creativity, and scholarship that define our region, and it's more than generous contribution to the world. Minister Blackman has worked in the international circuit as a diplomat, and there are others here who have done so. Mr. Allen at one time was working in Barbados. As you engage in presentations and discussions, ladies and gentlemen, and exchanges as well, I encourage you to think critically, collaborate openly, and envision how your own contribution can eventually shape a more responsive and transformative education landscape. Students, most of the persons, if not all of the persons, who are having a significant impact across the world, they were sitting in a space like this at some point in their lives. The important thing is that they grasped the opportunities and moved forward. We must, of necessity, identify that critical balance in education where intellectual inquiry and practical skills are seamlessly integrated. The education pendulum has swung in the direction of TVET these days. We're going to hear more about TVET today, in a way that it makes it seem like the flavor of the moment. It cannot be. The outdated divide between academic and TVET pathways must give way to a unified approach, an approach that intentionally blends thinking and doing to drive optimal development and meaningful results. Today also highlights the intersection of our diverse, authentic experiences and the ways in which they inform and strengthen our positive responses. I invite us to embrace all of that as we go through the day. On behalf of the college's board and staff, I extend sincere thanks to the team of the Shortwood Teachers College organizers, led by Mrs. Rochelle Harris-Burrell, and too many persons to name. A lot of persons put a lot into what you're seeing today. I thank our presenters and you, our participants. A very special thank you to our sponsors who have contributed so generously. May this research day inspire meaningful dialogue, ignite new ideas, and strengthen our collective pursuit of knowledge in service of the Caribbean and beyond. Welcome and have an awesome day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malloy. The statement you made, research must serve as a mirror. I'd like us to think about that for a while. What does it mean for research serving the function of a mirror? We appreciate the support of our stakeholders, and today we have representatives from the Ministry of Education, Youth, Skill and Information, and from the Jamaica Teachers Association. Please welcome Mrs. Renee Williams-Brown, Senior Education Officer, Tertiary Branch, from the Ministry of Education, Youth, Skills and Information, and following and past student and past lecturer of Shortwood Teachers College. Let's, give her a round of applause. Following Mrs. Williams-Brown, please welcome Mr. Malava, the President of the Jamaica Teachers Association.
A pleasant morning. On behalf of the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, I'm pleased to extend warm greetings to the leadership of Shortwood Teachers College, the Office of Research and Development, faculty, student teachers, researchers, industry partners, and all participants gathered for this important occasion. A special welcome to the Honorable Chad Blackman, Minister of Education. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Let me first congratulate the college on the celebration of its 140th anniversary, a remarkable milestone that reflects a long and distinguished legacy in the preparation of educators for Jamaica, the wider region, and the world. Certainly, I am a product of that legacy. Today's theme, Heritage and Horizons, Reimagining Research for Tomorrow, is especially relevant as we reflect on the role of research in shaping the future of education. Research is of critical importance within the context of teacher training. It is through research that we deepen our understanding of how students learn, how teaching strategies can be improved, and how institutions can respond effectively to emerging educational challenges. In teacher education, research must not be seen as an activity separate from practice. We normally say research should not be an add-on, but rather it should form an integral part of the teaching profession itself. This is particularly significant at this time as the ministry is actively engaged in a comprehensive reform of the pre-service teacher education program arising from the recommendations of the Jamaica Education Transformation Commission. Through the work of the Oversight Committee and its supporting subcommittees, we are reviewing key elements of the program, including matriculation standards, the program itself, the practicum experience, and developing standards for teacher educators. This is being done to ensure that our teacher training institutions continue to prepare educators who are equipped for the demands of the modern classrooms. Equally important, however, is the recognition that research does not end at the point of graduation. And for our students here today, research does not end when applied research ends. Instead, research and reflection are practices that are essential not only to teacher preparation, but to the continuous development of the teachers in our system. Certainly, an effective teacher is one who consistently examines his or her own practice, uses evidence to inform instruction, and remains open to innovation and improvement throughout his or her professional journey. As Ms. Malloy indicated this morning, the teacher is a reflector, and the mirror should act as your guide as you engage our nation's children. It is therefore vital that our teacher training institutions cultivate this culture of inquiry and reflection in these formative years, so that research becomes embedded as a lifelong professional habit. When teachers are trained to question, investigate, reflect, and adapt, they are better positioned to improve student outcomes and contribute meaningfully to school improvement and national development. I commend Shortwood Teachers College for fostering this culture of research through Research Day, and for continuing to lead in the development of reflective, research-oriented educators. I wish for you a productive and inspiring day. Thank you.
Let me begin by standing on the protocols that have already been established. Let me especially greet and acknowledge the esteemed Minister of Education from Barbados. I know that the Union of Teachers in Barbados had their conference a couple of weeks ago, I believe. Let me also acknowledge my colleague, friend, Miss Nadine Malloy. I am honored to extend warm greetings to the Shortwood Teachers College community as you observe Research Day under the theme Heritage and Horizons, reimagining research for tomorrow. To celebrate 140 years of excellence is to honor an institution that has stood at the center of nation building, producing educators who have shaped minds, molded character, and carried this country forward. And whilst I am not a Shortwood graduate, my mother is a Shortwood graduate. So there is an umbilical cord that is attached to Shortwood. But even as we celebrate heritage and explore new horizons, we must confront the present realities facing the teaching profession. And the union leader in me will not allow an opportunity like this to go wasted. The first thing that I will say, and I'll encourage all students here today, that as soon as you graduate and you have made your way into the teaching profession, ensure that you join the Jamaica Teachers Association. But the second thing, across Jamaica, and here's what is sobering, there's a growing level of agitation amongst our teachers, and it is real, it is deepening, and it is justified. At the heart of this frustration, colleagues, is the slow pace of negotiations, particularly with the Ministry of Finance. Since the start of the new school year, there has only been one negotiation meeting with the Ministry of Finance. One. One meeting to address issues that directly impact the lives and livelihood of teachers. That is not meaningful engagement, colleagues. That is unacceptable delay. Compounding this is the unresolved issue of graduate allowance, an issue that should have been long settled, yet continues to cast uncertainty over the profession. Teachers who have invested in their academic and professional growth must not be made to feel as though their efforts are negotiable or expandable. And this brings me to a fundamental point as well. The fight for better salaries, colleagues, is not merely an economic issue. It is a fight for social justice. It is about correcting a long-standing imbalance where those entrusted with shaping the nation's human capital are among those rewarded for their contribution. It is about confronting a system where expectations of excellence are high, but recognition and compensation do not reflect that reality. It is about dignity and ensuring that teachers can live, provide for their families, and participate meaningfully in the economy without undue hardship. Here is a stark reality. As per the CAPA report, a research, our teachers are amongst the lowest paid in the Caribbean. And here's another stark reality, Minister, that our politicians in Jamaica are amongst the highest paid in the Caribbean. And that is why, for us, it is a matter of social justice. Social justice, colleagues, demands that we interrogate who benefits and who is burdened within our systems. When teachers are the backbone of every profession, are undervalued, the entire society is diminished. When their concerns are delayed, deferred, or dismissed, it sends a signal about what and who we truly prioritize. And so this struggle is not just for teachers, it is for the integrity of the education system as a whole. It is for the future of our children. And it is for Jamaica where equity is not a slogan, but a lived reality. And within the same lens of justice and equity, we must also examine how we are investing in the future of education. Sir Alan, the country has borrowed over $130 million to construct 16 schools across the country. And the Jamaica Teachers Association is on record as being opposed to this approach. We maintain that such a model risks further entrenching an apartheid-like education system, where access to cutting-edge resources is reserved for a few, while the majority of our students are left behind. We reject that vision. We assert that those resources should instead be channeled into a comprehensive national transformation program, one that brings laboratories across all schools up to world-class standards, modernizes the curriculum, and deliberately upskill our teachers to deliver high-quality STEAM education. And that for us is fundamental. Every single child in this country must be given equal opportunity to engage with science, technology, engineering, the arts, and mathematics, and not just some. Anything less is inequity that becomes institutionalized. And so as we engage critical areas such as artificial intelligence and ethics, inclusive education, and STEAM innovation, let us anchor our work in the principle of justice. Innovation without equity is exclusion. Progress without inclusion is injustice. To the student teachers here today, you are entering a noble profession, and one that will demand not just competence, but conviction. You must be prepared to teach, yes, but also to advocate, to challenge, and to lead transformation within the system. So as we celebrate 140 years, Sister Malloy, of Shortwood's contribution, let us commit to a future where teachers are valued, not just in rhetoric, and not just on Teachers' Day, but in reality. Where negotiations are timely, where issues like graduate allowances are resolved with urgency, and where national investment uplifts every child and not just a privileged few. The Jamaica Teachers Association remains resolute. We will continue to advocate, to engage, and where necessary, to escalate, because the dignity of our teachers and the future of our nation demands nothing less. And I commend Shortwood Teachers College for its enduring leadership and wish you a successful and impactful Research Day. Thank you much.
I'd like to thank Mrs. Williams-Brown for greeting us. And right now, our final year students are doing applied research. And I'd like to reiterate the statement that research does not end when you graduate. So thank you. And Mr. Malava, we're claiming you through maternal connections. We're claiming you as a Shortwoodite, and want to thank you for advocating for our teachers and our nation's children. To provide institutional perspective, please welcome Mr. Robert Gibbs, Vice Chairman of the Board of Management of Shortwood Teachers College.
Good morning, everyone. I stand here, and before I do the introduction of the platform, I deliberately wore this yellow jacket today because the Shortwood colors are what? Yellow and gold and green, right? Okay. So as not to have appeared, partisan, I decided to remain neutral, and I wore this yellow jacket in support of this event. The Honorable Chad Blackman, Minister of Education, Barbados, Madam Francine Burton Salmon, Principal Ms. Madine Malloy, Mr. Maheber Malaba, the President of the JTA, Mr. Dr. Leo Gilling, Chairman of the JDTAN, and Ms. Renee Williams-Brown, Senior Education Officer in the Ministry of Education. It's our pleasure on behalf of the Board of Management to welcome you to this Research Day under the theme Heritage on Horizons. It's an occasion that is dedicated to the celebration of scholarly and research conducted by some of our own students and other stakeholders in the college. This event serves as a vital forum for the dissemination of research findings, critical engagement, and intellectual exchange on contemporary issues in education. It underscores the valiant point that scholarly achievements are important in research and development. We welcome your active participation in this day that we all will be part of, and also we look forward to your contributions that you will make in this event. It's on behalf of the board. We also would like to say quite a bit has been happening on the college, and we want to commend the principal, leadership, and staff for all that they have been doing. Can we give them a round of applause? All I'll say at the end of the day, this is a remarkable day. We're celebrating 140 years, and this is the research day. We ask that you just sit back and enjoy the rest of the proceedings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. Mr. Gibbs, I like your jacket. And you said you didn't want to appear partisan. You could have worn a green pants. Decked out. It shows full commitment. Okay. At this time, we will have the lady who has been working, our research officer, who will come to give us a concise overview of today's program and the expected deliverables. Please welcome Mrs. Rochelle Harris-Burrell.
Ms. Malloy, please permit me to acknowledge the protocols established earlier based on the time. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Today, I want to thank you for being here. I want to acknowledge that it is indeed a pleasure to have you. There is a powerful truth that frames our gathering today. Until all of us are safe, none of us are safe. We meet at a time when the world is increasingly interconnected, yet also increasingly fragile. Crises no longer exist in isolation. They overlap, they compound, and they expose vulnerabilities across our systems, whether in health, education, climate, or society. As one reflection reminds us, crises fuel each other and accelerate risk. At the heart of these challenges is a critical issue. Data is abundant, but it is often fragmented and too rarely translated into real-world policy and practice. And that is why today matters. This research day is not just an academic exercise. It is a deliberate space for connection, reflection, and action, a space where we move beyond theory into transformation. Because we have been reminded by the author Michael Osterholm, hope is not a strategy, but it is an essential ingredient. We can't simply hope for better systems. We can't simply hope for better outcomes or better futures. We must design them. We must research them. We must test them. And most importantly, we must apply them. Today's focus speaks directly to that responsibility. We're advancing actionable research, not research that sits on our shelves, but research that actually shapes decisions, promoting crisis-ready leadership grounded in trust, communication, and adaptability. We build partnerships and opportunities for convening because no one sector, no one discipline, and no one nation can do this alone. We are also reminded that we must be prepared to reap what we sow collectively. The investments we make in research, in collaboration, and in integrity today will determine the resilience of tomorrow. Beyond these themes and framework, it's something deeper than that. We must value human connection. Your minds are coming together today in this space. You're going to share, you're going to challenge, and build relationships that extend beyond this room, and of course, by extension, our exhibition hub as well. In a world where we're bombarded with misinformation, shifting geopolitical risk, and emerging threats that do not respect borders, our response must be equally rooted in global solidarity, equity, and social justice. So today, I want to encourage you to do 3 things. Listen deeply, engage meaningfully, and collaborate intentionally. Because the conversations you're going to have here, the ideas you exchange, the partnerships that you form will shape the solutions we urgently need. So enjoy the interactions, learn from each other, challenge perspectives, and make this a meaningful experience, not just for yourself, but for all of us who are present. And the question is not whether we have the data, it is whether we have the courage and collaboration to use it wisely. Thank you, and let's make today count.
Thank you, Mrs. Burrell. I agree with you that we can't hope for better systems. We need to engage in research, design the systems based on the research, and implement them. The Shortwood Teachers College Choir will now present a musical item to celebrate our heritage and collective resolve. Let's give them a round of applause.
We've been looking for a song to sing, search for a melody, search for someone to lead. We've been looking for the world to change. If you feel the same, then go on and say, if you're out there, sing along with me. If you're out there, I'm dying to believe. If you're out there, tomorrow's starting now. If you're out there, can destroy hunger. We can conquer hate. Down your arms and raise your voice. We're joining hands today. We've been looking for a song to sing. Search for a melody. Search for someone to lead. We've been looking for the world to change. If you feel the same, then go on and say, if you're out there, if you're out there, if you're out there, stand up and say it loud. If you're out there, tomorrow's starting now. La 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 la.
Well done, well done. If you're out there online, and if you're out there in the audience and you appreciated that rendition of John Legend's, if you're out there, let's hear it for the Shortwood Teachers College Choir. I now invite Ms. Marche Latchman, final year student of the Early Childhood Department, to introduce our keynote speaker, after which we will have our keynote address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Leo Gillen is a multidisciplinary academic practitioner whose work bridges education, criminology, public policy, and diaspora development. Holding a PhD in criminology and criminal justice, he is driven by a central idea, that human behavior is shaped by the systems we design, and that meaningful change requires those systems to be intentionally rethought. He serves as the Vice Chair of the National Ethnocultural Advisory Council and Executive Chairman of the Jamaica Diaspora Task Force Action Network, where he leads initiatives connecting education, philanthropy, and cross-border collaboration in support of Jamaica's development. Dr. Gillen is also the founder of the Caribbean Institute of Criminology and Criminal Justice, and is actively leading the transformation of Don Robin Christian Academy in Jamaica, implementing data-driven and system-focused reforms in teaching and learning. A researcher, author, and thought leader, his work spans domestic violence, policing, and education as a tool for prevention. Through his writing and frameworks, he continues to advance practical solutions grounded in both scholarship and lived experience, ensuring that ideas translate into real-world impact.
First of all, let me just say that I agree with my friend Mr. Malaver about integrating STEAM into all our high schools, into all our schools, instead of having separate schools. That separate thing don't work too much. It creates problems that we're trying to resolve today. Good morning, everybody. Wanna wake up yet? All right, good. This morning, my keynote address, the title is, If the Data is Clear, Why Aren't Our Decisions Clear Too? And my thesis from this, the data is not storage. Data is responsibility. Before I go into any further, I want to say how genuinely pleased I am to be part of this research conference at Shortwood. This is not incidental for me. It is deeply personal. I have long believed that if we are serious about nation building, then research problem solving cannot be something students encounter late, accidentally, or only at the university level. Research must be cultivated early as a habit of mind. My dream is simple, but ambitious. That every high school student in Jamaica learns to study the world around them, our culture, our politics, our environment, our relationships, our schools, and to see the problems not as complaints, but as questions worth investigating. By grade 9, students should begin thinking about the issues that matter to them. In grade 10, they should learn how to frame those issues into researchable questions. And by grade 11, they should be completing work that teaches them how to observe carefully, analyze evidence, and propose solutions. Because when problem solving is built into a curriculum, we raise a generation that does not merely inherit Jamaica, but understands it, questions it, and improves it. That is why this conference matters. It matters to me. And that's why today, the conversation about data, evidence, decision-making is not academic. It is national. I want to begin with a simple statement that is true in every high-performing society. Across the world, data is not collected for curiosity. Data is collected for action. Nations use data to design laws, shape education system, predict social risks, allocate resources, train professionals, and prevent failure before it becomes a national crisis. So today, I am not here to ask whether the data is clear. The data is clear. The harder question is, the question Jamaica keeps dodging is the one in the title today. If the data is clear, why aren't our decisions clear too? Let me make this plain, because sometimes we treat data use like it's a PhD concept. It's not. Every morning when you wake up and you go out and you start your car, you turn the key and you expect it to start. You don't hope that it starts. You expect it to start. Why? Because your mind has been collecting data quietly every single day. 100 successful starts become a data set. And from that data set, you predict the car will start again. It will start again today. That is data use. Now imagine one morning you wake up and you go out and you turn the key and the car doesn't start. You don't say, well, let me just record this because it didn't start, and then you move on. You don't store the data and then keep walking. You respond. You check the battery. You listen to the engine to see if it will kick. And you ask the most important question of all. Were there signs that I ignored? Was it slow to start this week sometime? Did the lights dim when I started yesterday? Did the car tell me a story and I brushed it off? You move from data to interpretation to diagnosis and into action. Because when the system fails, data demands a decision. Now here's where it gets real. Some people don't do that. Some people panic. Lord, what am I going to do today? The car not start. And in that emotional reaction, they make an expensive decision. They tow the car without thinking to the first mechanic, and they place the mechanic replace what the car did not need to be replaced. They pay more money because they missed the cues. That's not a car story. That's a data story. And now here's the national question. If we behave this rationally with our car, because when the engine isn't starting in education, when the boys are disengaging, when the classroom are exploding, when the learning is collapsing, when violence is rising, Jamaica often responds with what we might call data storage, not data courage. We file, we report, we present, and then we continue as if the evidence didn't speak. Let me take this moral position because it's important. When a nation collects data and fails to respond, that is not neutrality. It is policy silence. That is institutional neglect. And if you would look right next to my bag, there's some water. Thank you so much. It is institutional neglect. Thank you. And nowhere is it more visible than in education, because education is the only system that touches almost every child early enough to change a life and early enough to reduce the risk before it becomes irreparable. This is why Shortwood matters. Shortwood is not just preparing teachers. Shortwood is preparing decision makers in classrooms. And classrooms are where national outcomes either shift upwards or collapse. Now let's go to the global perspective for our Jamaica reality. If you want to study the national contradiction in a place, you don't even have to go very far. Go to early childhood. Our early childhood sector is one of the most data-rich areas of our education system. We have screening tools, we have readiness assessments, we have reports, we have monitoring. And the structure of the sector itself is a story. A UNESCO profile of Jamaica's early childhood system notes that over 80% of preschoolers enrolled attended a community-operated basic school, not an infant school, a basic school, which are central in the national early childhood provision. So think about the weight of that for a minute. If the majority of the children start their formal learning life in community basic schools, then early childhood is not a side issue. Early childhood is a national infrastructure. And what does the readiness data tell us? UNICEF says, Early Childhood Commission report on the Jamaica School Readiness Assessment, that's JSRA, the pilot, describes school readiness as a predictor of later success and makes clear that readiness includes not only academic skills, but socio-emotional and behavioral skills. And in that same JSRA report, the assessment identified substantial proportion of children flagged with developmental, behavioral, literacy, and numeracy problems, and overall, 43% of the children were identified with at least one problem that could impact readiness. There are, of course, signs that the system is beginning to respond. The ministry has taken steps to strengthen early childhood education, including the introduction of trained teachers into certified and registered early childhood institutions. In some schools, a trained teacher is now present, an important shift in recognizing that early childhood education requires professional capacity. However, this should be a system-wide project, plus other things. But let's not get there at this point in time. If nearly half of our children in a pilot are flagged with at least one readiness-related concern, then the data is not whispering. The data is shouting. So here is the national question. If the data is clear in early childhood, why aren't our decisions clear in teacher training, school resourcing, parenting support, child mental health services, and most of all, why isn't the government taking 100% responsibility to early childhood education? And there is the proof that we can mobilize data when we choose to. In October 25, 2025, Jamaica Information Service reported that 27,000 students were screened under the Jamaica School Readiness Assessment Program, that would be the JSRA, representing 81% of infants, according to the program's leadership. So the machinery exists, but the keynote question, are we using this data to redesign systems or simply to document the burden? Now, I want to speak directly. 1 second. Straight around, straight. Around again, my eye. Now I want to speak directly to the people who train educators, you, and the people who leads. Thank you so much. Give me 1 second. Thank you. Because one of the most consistent failures in our decisions is what I call emotional contradiction, and I want you to pay attention in this segment. We say we want learning. We say we want achievement. We say we want STEM and innovation. But we do not treat emotional literacy and restorative practices as national infrastructure. Despite the evidence that self-regulation and emotional skills shape behavior, learning, relationships, and long-term outcomes are absent. Let's keep it grounded. The JSRA itself recognized socio-emotional and behavioral skills as part of readiness and includes measures that capture these dimensions, meaning even our own Jamaica readiness tools are telling us that emotional skills are not optional. And internationally, the connection between emotional regulation and aggression is well established across bodies of research. For example, a recent systematic review in the peer-reviewed literature discusses the relationship between emotional regulation and aggression violence concepts to be a broad level. So here's where the keynote becomes uncomfortable but necessary. We send teachers to classrooms emotionally unharmed. We expect them to interpret dysregulation without training. We expect them to restore learning environments without tools. We expect them to manage trauma without emotional doctrine. That is not professionalization. That is institutional contradiction. And this is where the theme lands. If the data is clear that emotional readiness drives learning, why aren't our decisions clear in how we train teachers? What should that training look like? It can be theoretical, it must be structured, practiced, and assessed as part of teacher preparation. As student teachers should be trained explicitly in calm response under pressure, conflict resolution, de-escalation, not as an optional workshop, but as a curriculum activity. They should learn how to interpret behavior, not just respond to it. They should understand triggers, their own triggers, student triggers, parent triggers, because regulation is relational. They should be trained in restorative practices so that when harm occurs, they know how to repair, not just remove. And importantly, they should be trained to log classroom incidents, not for record keeping alone, but also to recognize patterns. Because what is logged can be analyzed, and what is analyzed can be predicted. So when they enter the classroom, they are not meeting behavior for the first time. They are meeting something they have already studied, practiced, and understood. Every day a teacher experiences incident, small and large, a signal of what is coming. A boy refuses to read. Students snap. Conflict escalates. A child shuts down. Something happens. Then, too often, nothing is recorded. No log, no pattern, no system learning. And this is why logging cannot be an afterthought. It must be a part of teachers, how teachers are trained from the beginning. Because a teacher who learns to document early learns to see patterns early. And a teacher who sees patterns early is no longer reacting emotionally. They are anticipating. And yet, we are shocked when classrooms explode. Here's the simple truth. What we don't log, we cannot analyze. What we don't analyze, we cannot predict. What we cannot predict, we cannot prevent. So, we live in reaction and emotion. A dysregulated student meets a dysregulated teacher, and the outcome is predictable. Explosion. This is not to blame our teachers. It is to expose the burden teachers carry when systems do not act with the data entry. Because data responsibility is layered. When data responsibility is unclear at the top, it becomes unbearable at the bottom. So let's talk now about parents. Because parents are not a supporting actor. Parents are a critical part of the ecosystem. Here's what often happens. Parents are not communicated with early. Interactions happen only when there is a problem. Tommy leaves class and we can't find him. Can you imagine a parent getting such a call? But Tommy was late for class several times. Does anyone record his tardy and ask why? Information flows one way. When teacher calls mom, emotional context is missing. So parents receive an event-based information, not a pattern-based information. And all she hears is, your child was suspended today. Why him get suspended? Because we couldn't find him. But they never heard, we've noticed early signs of distress for 3 weeks, and we need a plan. So parents become defensive. Trust erodes. Collaboration collapses. And then we say, parents don't care. That is not true. They care. Very often, parents are receiving data too late, in the wrong form, without relationship foundation, which is why parents-school engagement models is not just for communication strategy. It's a data loop. It is a feedback system that helps the child regulate across environments, for both home and school. And again, if the data is clear that the child needs alignment, why aren't our decisions clear about parent partnership as a core educational competency? And let's widen the lens a little bit, carefully, responsibly, and honestly. Because the end product we are seeing, what breaks our hearts, what keeps Jamaica anxious, grieving, defensive, and sometimes numb, is a national crime crisis. So let's ask the question plainly. Why is crime so high? The answer is generally very easy. It's guns, it's gangs, it's poverty, inequality, it's broken communities. And yes, crime is an ecosystem problem. Here's the harder truth. Crime is also the outcome of unread, unexamined development signals and uncoordinated institutional decisions. Long before a young man appears on a police report. He appeared in basic school. He appeared in primary school, no behavior problems. Teachers' repeated concern. A home environment under strain. A community with visible risk signals. The environment is speaking. We have an ecosystem data. School attendance and behavior patterns. Reports and community violence exposure. Social service stress indicators. Policing intelligence about hotspots and recruiting pressures. But we treat these data sets as separate universes. Education has its data. Social services has their data. Justice has their data. Communities live in consequences. So the child becomes the meeting point of institutional silos. And when we delay coordinated action, the environment does not delay its own education. Street economies teach survival. Online influence teaches status. Criminal networks teach belonging, protection, identity. These faces are not random. They are replacement systems. And the cost of this failure is measurable. On the Global Development Indicator drawn from the UNODC data, Jamaica's intentional homicide rate was among the highest in the world, in the region. For example, World Bank data series sourced from UNODC reports Jamaica rate in the recent years at extremely high levels. And don't be fooled by the rapid public ask, why is crime so high? Part of the answers, because we keep intervening at age 18 with force, instead of intervening at age 4 with structure. That is why I say carefully and firmly, some of our most effective crime prevention policies are teacher training policies. Some of our most effective public safety policies are parent engagement policies. Some of our most effective national security policies are early childhood intervention policies. This is not romantic. This is system science. What is required now is not for more reporting, but clearer translation of data into daily practice across systems, teacher, student, and parent. This requires structured approaches to 3 critical areas. First, instructional alignment. Learning outcomes improve when there is clear connection between curriculum delivery, student engagement, and academic support. This is not simply about content coverage. It's about ensuring that students are meaningfully connected to the learning process. Secondly, emotional balance. Emotional balance school environment. Behavioral changes are not isolated. They are often predictable outcomes of dysregulation. Systems must therefore equip educators with the tools to manage, interpret, and to respond to behaviors in ways that restore learning, not to disrupt it further. And third, parent-school-student engagement. Regulation and learning do not occur in a single environment. They must be reinforced across home and school. This requires structured, consistent communication and partnership, not episodic contact during moments of crisis. These are not additional initiatives, they're core system functions. If treated as optional, the outcomes will remain unchanged. If treated as central to how schools operate, the trajectory of student development and national outcomes will shift. The principle is straightforward. Data cannot remain in reports. It must inform decisions. It must shape classroom practice. It must guide parent engagement, and it must be reflected in school culture. Now let me challenge our educational ambition with one clear contradiction. We say we want STEAM education, problem-solving graduates, innovative thinkers, and global competitors, yet we do not require research literacy at the scale of high school, teacher training, and undergraduate education. We are asking students to solve problems without teaching them how to identify problems, measure them, test them, and learn from evidence. While students are in our institutions, we should be training them to study the Jamaican realities. Not every project will be accepted, not every solution will succeed, but this is how nation builds intelligence through its youth. This is how education becomes national capacity, not just certification. So let me close here. Shortwood, you are not merely preparing teachers, you are preparing people who will stand at the point where policy becomes real. And I want to leave you with a final framing. Data is not neutral. Data carries responsibility. When we collect data, we inherit obligation. When we ignore it, we institutionalize failure. When we act on it, we build systems that work for people, not against them. Jamaica does not lack data. We have readiness screening systems. We have a sector structure that tells us where the bulk of our children begin. We have a clear indicator that emotion and behavior are inseparable from learning. And we have national outcomes that are too costly to continue absorbing. So the question before us is not, do we know enough? The question is, are we finally ready to act on what we already know? Because when the data is clear, decisions should be clear. And if the decisions are not clear, it is not because the evidence is weak. It is because our courage to act has not caught up with our truth. So let me leave you here with this question. If the data is clear, why aren't our decisions clear too? The answer is data is being stored, not used. Responsibility is diffused across system. Emotional discomfort blocks action. We intervene too late in the system. Now the work is simple. We act. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Gillian. Ms. Kimone Bogle, a final year student from the Early Childhood Department, will extend thanks to Dr. Gillian on our behalf.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Leo Gillian, on behalf of Shortwood Teachers College, it is my distinct honor to extend our sincere appreciation to you, our keynote speaker, for an insightful and thought-provoking presentation. If the data is clear, why aren't our decisions clear too? Your presentation challenged us not only to examine the clarity of our data, but more importantly, the clarity of our thinking, our systems, and our actions. As we reflect on your message, we are also reminded of the symbolic token we present to you this morning. This art piece, rooted in heritage, reflects human connection, perspective, and shared understanding. The forms within it suggest dialogue, reflection, and the merging of voices. An important reminder that no perspective is sufficient when shaping the future. In this way, the piece beautifully mirrors our conference theme, Heritage and Horizons, reimagining research for tomorrow. It calls us to honor the wisdom of where we come from while embracing the responsibility of where we must go. And just as the artwork brings together distinct forms into a unified whole, so too must our data, our research, and our decisions come together to inform coherent, responsive, and future-ready systems. We thank you for your leadership, your insight, and your commitment to advancing research that truly makes a difference. It is with great appreciation that we now present this token as a symbol of our gratitude.
Lovely.
Such a lovely gift. I'm going to rebuke the spirit of bad mind, jealousy. Thank you, Dr. Gillens. You know, at the beginning of your presentation, you demystified research. Demystified, because in our everyday lives, we need research, and it will prevent us from panicking. You know the other podium that's right, that was right here. So I almost had a panic attack up here because you can see that I'm challenged in a way, you know, challenged vertically. So I saw, when I saw the gentleman coming with this podium, I was saying, but it looks a little tall. And then I was saying, I wonder if it's retractable, like, you know, I could adjust the height. And then when he placed it beside the other, I realized that, you know, it was of equal height. And then I said, whew, you know, and, you know, I'm happy that in our society, we have the data, but we really need to implement it. Can you imagine a society in Jamaica where parents are able to regulate their emotions? Teachers are able to regulate their emotions. And as early as 4 years old, we have systems, effective systems in place for our children to regulate their emotions. I'm sure we'd have a better society. All right, let us have it again for our keynote speaker. As I close this opening ceremony, I'd like to express appreciation for those who have contributed so far to set the tone for today's scholarly exchange. At this time, I'm going to invite you to perk up in your seats, you know, take a stretch in your seats, and we are going to go straight into the first plenary session. At this time, I will invite our research officer who has been working, even right now. And her colleague to come and lead this other section. Let's have a round of applause.
Come up.
I would like to officially, students, don't leave. I would like to officially welcome those who are visiting with us from other colleges and from other high schools. Let's give them a warm Shortwood welcome. Right, I'm seeing the Bethlehem Moravian College student uniform, Bethlehem. And I'm seeing the Starry Nights. Oh, it's Merle Grove. So we don't have Starry Nights in here, you know. All right, at this. Right, so at this time we have Mrs. Rochelle Harris Burrell, who will be doing some introductions. Pardon me? All right. I invite Mr. Andrew Dennis to join me on the platform and all the other panelists.
Anywhere? You can just, the moderator is sitting. He's taking a seat, so you can. So you're anywhere? No special. Oh, okay. But the minister and the moderator. Because it's 3 seaters. Thank you so much. Everybody's here. Welcome. I'm going to introduce you all now. Okay. Welcome again, Mr. Dickey, Mr. Blake. Are you okay? Do you need to rest your bag on the table or something? Are you fine?
I'm fine. Just rest it behind me.
Okay, you sure you're okay?
If that's okay.
Okay, I'm getting the microphones for you guys, so just give me a moment. I need to get them. We're going to set you up for your audio.
Can you just bear with us a little? We're going to be setting up our panelists for the audio so that the persons on the live stream and those next door in the exhibition hall can hear what's going on. All right, so just give us a moment, please. Thank you. And in the meantime, you can perk up and connect as you wait. I will go ahead and read the introductions while we wait for the audio team to come and set up. I will start by introducing our Honorable Minister of Education, Transformation Barbados, Chad Blackman, JP, MP, followed by our moderator for the panel discussion, Mr. Andrew Dennis, otherwise known as Miss Pearly Grandson, followed by two of our panelists, Mr. Vivian Blake from the Ministry of Education, Youth Skills and Information Special Education Unit in the capacity of Senior Education Officer, and Ms. Simona Watkins, the Investment Advisor that is responsible for the Caribbean. So I will start with the Honorable Minister. Chad Blackman is the Minister of Education Transformation of Barbados and Member of Parliament for St. James North. With over 20 years of experience in international development, he possesses tremendous insight to the myriad of challenges and opportunities faced by countries in the global south. Minister Blackman previously served as a consultant in youth development at the Commonwealth Secretariat in London, as well as a partner in St. Lucia-based law firm with a specialization in international trade and data protection law. He served as Barbados' ambassador to the United Nations at Geneva, Vienna, and Rome, as well as ambassador to Switzerland, Austria, Hungary, and Serbia. During his tenure, he served in various committees in the WTO, UNCTAD, including chair of the Trade and Environment Committee and Trade and Development Committee of the WTO, the president of G77 and China in Geneva, as well as on the global board of the UN International Gender Champions. Additionally, he served as coordinator of the SIDS Group and Vice President of the Executive Bureau, both in UNCTAD. He later joined the International Labour Organization as a senior advisor to the Director General with responsibility in Cabinet for Latin America and Caribbean, Africa and Arab states, external relations, legal affairs, the ILO's tribunal and corporative services. Minister Blackman has both the LLB Law and LLM International Trade Law from the University of Essex in the United Kingdom and is an associate member of the London-based Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. Also sits on the Global Advisory Board for the Division for People and Social Development of the United Nations Institute for Training and Research. He's also very fluent in French. Comment ça va? Oui, oui? All right, merci. I will move on to the next introduction, which is our moderator for the panel, Mr. Andrew Dennis. He is a Jamaican media personality, host, public speaker, known for delivering engaging, culturally resonant, and professionally executed experiences. With a strong presence across television, live events, and digital platforms, Ms. Pearlie Grandson has built a reputation for commanding audiences with authenticity, clarity, and dynamic energy. He has hosted and moderated a wide range of events, including national functions, corporate engagements, panel discussions such as this, and televised segments. His experience spans both scripted and unscripted formats, allowing him to seamlessly manage event flow, facilitate meaningful conversations, and adapt in real time to audience and program needs. Notably, his work in broadcast, media, and live hosting reflects strong understanding of timing, tone, and audience engagement. Key competencies for high-level event facilitation. Beyond his on-stage presence, he brings 2 decades of experience as an educator and professional development trainer, which enhances his ability to communicate with audiences that are from diverse cultures and backgrounds, maintaining structure and deliver with purpose. His approach to hosting balances professionalism with personality, ensuring that events are not only well managed, but also memorable and impactful. He also positions himself as a trusted and versatile host, capable of elevating events through a unique blend of cultural insight, audience connection, and refined presentation skills. Transitioning to Mr. Blake. He is the Senior Education Officer and a dedicated professional in special education, social work, and he has extensive experience advocating for individuals with disabilities. Since 2015, Mr. Blake has been serving as an education officer, particularly for Braille operations in the Ministry of Education, Youth, Skills, and Information. He promotes accessibility in education for visually impaired students. Mr. Blake serves as a senior education officer, as I would have mentioned before. He served previously as a guidance counselor at the Salvation Army School for the Blind and Visually Impaired Children within the years of between 2011 and 2015. He served as an administrative assistant at UWI Mona's Office for Special Student Services, 2006 to 2011. His capacity was needed for supporting students with disabilities. Mr. Blake holds a Bachelor's of Science in Social Work from the University of the West Indies, Mona. He has a postgraduate diploma in education and training from the VTDI and a certificate in marketing from the UWI Open campus. Very diverse young man. A graduate of the Salvation Army School for the Blind, as well as Calabar High School. He is from St. Elizabeth. He is now totally blind, but that did not stop his ability to receive the Governor General's Youth Award for Excellence in 2011. Mr. Blake is committed to advocacy and inclusion. He's an Israelite Christian by faith. He enjoys music, international affairs, and studying the Bible. I'm sure we'll hear more about that in his conversation. All right, and Ms. Simona Watkins, our investment advisor, former CEO and marketing director at NCB. She managed those offices across the Caribbean. She is now a senior finance professional, not CEO. She was a marketing manager, correct? Oh, CEO. Oh, yes, CEO. Simona Watkins is a senior finance professional and investment advisor with over a decade of experience across the Caribbean, specializing in financial strategy, capital management, and cross-border investment solutions. She is the founder of a boutique advisory platform focused on long-term wealth creation, working with individuals and institutional clients to structure investments that support sustainable growth and capital preservation. She brings a practical market-driven perspective to discussions, economic development, with a focus on aligning capital with innovation, education, and resilience. Her experience spans pension structures, institutional portfolios, multi-jurisdictional environments, positioning her at the intersection of finance, strategy, and sustainable development in the Caribbean. We will now have the introductions from the other panelists by Mrs. Norman.
Okay, so we'll continue with the introduction of our panelists. Mr. Okimo Duki. Mr. Okimo Duki is an experienced educator with over 22 years of advancing technical and vocational education in Jamaica. In his current role as acting Senior Education Officer for Agriculture Education at the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth, and Information, he leads strategic initiatives in curriculum development, policy alignment, and program implementation within the National TVET framework. Mr. Duki holds a Master of Arts in Leadership in TVET and Workforce Development from the University of the West Indies, Mona, along with a Bachelor of Technology in Environmental Science and an Associate of Science in General Agriculture and a Diploma in Teaching. Mrs. Farah Christian Magon, one of our own. Mrs. Magon is a senior lecturer with expertise in geography and social studies. She holds a Master of Science in Built Environment from the University of Technology, a Bachelor of Education in Geography from the University of the West Indies, and a Diploma in Teaching from Shortwood Teachers College. With over a decade of experience in tertiary education, her areas of specialized teaching include regional development, meteorology and climate studies, geography fieldwork, and Caribbean socio-political issues. Beyond teaching, she has contributed to curriculum development, research initiatives, and educational research creation for CXC and the Ministry of Education, Youth, Skills and Information. And last but not least, Professor Andrew Spencer. Professor Andrew Spencer is president of the Caribbean Maritime University, a role he assumed in 2022. A distinguished academic leader, he was conferred with the Order of Distinction in the Commander class in 2024 for his contribution to national development. He brings extensive experience across academia and industry, having served as professor and deputy executive director at the Mona School of Business and Management, where he led undergraduate programs and became the first full professor in tourism at the university. Professor Spencer has also held key leadership roles in the tourism sector, including executive director of the Tourism Products Development Company in Jamaica and director of the Center for Hotel and Tourism Management in the Bahamas. An accomplished scholar, he holds a PhD in tourism strategy from Bournemouth University and has produced over 50 scholarly publications, including several books. He continues to contribute to national and regional development through service on multiple public and private sector boards. Let us give our panelists a Shortwood welcome.
So we will invite our Honorable Minister Chad Blackman to give the charge to the panel, after which Mr. Andrew Dennis will proceed with questions to the panelists.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Good. Protocol having been well established this morning, let me first of all acknowledge the board of the Shortwood institution here, Madam Principal, members, of course, of the panel, ladies and gentlemen, but of course, the students here at this great institution. I bring you greetings from the government and people of Barbados, and I'm happy to not just speak to you this morning within the context of the panel which is to follow, but this morning's event so far has really reignited in my mind a recommitment to ensuring that we in the Caribbean and this part of the world can reimagine education in the pursuit of creating a region that is robust, that is resilient, and that has all of the necessary attributes and skill sets to be able to take on and shape the future at the same time. And for me, this discussion comes at a very critical time in the world affairs and the world's development. 140 years is not 140 days. And this institution clearly has within its history, and the theme, of course, of heritage and horizons is timely. And why do I say this? When you look at the DNA, and I want to step back a bit from education and teaching just for a moment to put this all in perspective and context. When you look at the theme of heritage and horizons and reimagining research for tomorrow, and you place that within the perspective of Jamaica, and Jamaica's heritage, and Jamaica's history, and its history and present-day reality of being able to shape the world. And what do I mean? Which country has shaped the world in terms of music? Say it again. Which country has shaped the world in terms of athletics and sport? Which country has shaped the world in terms of its food? From a conscious level through Marcus Garvey. Okay. So your starting point, we're still talking education, we're still talking teaching, but your starting point as a country, and certainly as an institution that has not just started last week, but 140 years ago, it was built, therefore, at a time when the world continued to change and have significant challenges and opportunities. And therefore, how do you now reimagine Shortwood, Madam Principal, and to the board? And how do you ensure that as you face the challenges going forward in the world, that you can produce the best teachers, not just in Jamaica, but across the Caribbean and across the world? And that has to be the mandate for the next 10, 20, 30 years of this institution. And when you put it in that frame, it therefore comes to the next point. Yesterday, I was very happy to have been asked by your principal to speak to some young men who are not just here to get an education and, of course, to get a certification and a degree at the end of their time here at Shortwood, but these are the young men who will, of course, go into our schools and our teaching service and to shape the minds of the future of Jamaica and the Caribbean and the world. And in that discussion, what became even clearer to me was the fact that our young men, notwithstanding that, yes, there are challenges around the world with young men, there are young, gifted, talented men here in Jamaica who want to shape the future minds of our people. And that certainly must be commended. Because the teaching profession isn't just about going into a classroom and teaching and saying, this is what it is, and passing an exam. That mode of education and teaching, as you will realize sharply if you haven't already, will not take us far in this world. And in that discussion with them, I asked them one simple question, but one question that I thought was timely. I asked them, why are you here? And I framed it and I said to them, not why are you here in the room at this time talking to me on an afternoon, but why are you here at Shortwood at this time in your life, at this time in Jamaica's history? And he gave a number of responses. Some of them said, of course, to advance their career, which is fine. That's why you're here naturally. To get a better job or to get into the teaching service. Yes, that's of course important. But all of them, bar none, said to be able to contribute and to shape my country. There was a young man who said he was there because whilst he was at school, there was a teacher that made an impression on him, and it caused him to realize that the teaching profession will shape generations. And that's the point I want to make this morning. There's a saying that I always say to the team in my ministry and to the country by extension: the best way to predict the future is to do what? To create it. And you must ask yourself, how will you play your part as an institution, anchored, of course, by research and data? We heard a lot this morning about data. But how will you shape the future of Jamaica and the Caribbean and the world through the teachers that come through this institution year after year after year? So what is your heritage? You've had 140 years, of course, of success. I'm sure along the way, lots of challenges, but equally opportunities. You've produced a number of teachers who I'm sure have gone on to be principals and done different things in the teaching profession in Jamaica. And whilst that is excellent and it's commendable, you must not stop there. Because in so doing, when you go out into the world as teachers, you will be shaping the minds of students who will then have to carry on the development of your country. But it's not just about the academic side of it. What must they leave school with even before they graduate? The world now requires them to have values that will shape perspectives. Values of excellence, values of punctuality, values of being able to navigate conflict and how do you resolve conflict without harming your brother or your sister. Values of being empathetic, but at the same time, the skill set of being able to spot opportunity. And therefore, the teaching profession is being called in today's world to be able to spot opportunities and to reshape the future of our people through shaping the mind of those who come before you. One of the things that I always say as well is that there are two professions, that we all must interface with in life. Can anyone tell me what they are? Sorry? Say that a little louder. Teachers, and which one? Okay, you guys are going a little too far. It's very simple. The teaching profession at the beginning and the mortuary at the end. And therefore, there are two sectors that we cannot get away from. And it therefore places in full center and view the importance of teaching. Teaching is not just a side thing. Teaching is not just a sector where you have a number of qualifications and therefore I didn't get through in my chosen field of endeavor, so I'm going to do teaching. Teaching is a calling, it's a passion, it's a skill. And therefore, the professionalization of the sector across the Caribbean must continue to be in full center and view. And why I'm happy is that even as recent as a few weeks ago, I was here when we had the CXC ministerial meeting. And every single government across the Caribbean, including your own, has made the commitment to ensure that the teaching profession continues to be one, not just that is retooled, but ensuring that we can raise the standards. Because why? What are we trying to do? Prepare our region for the future. Now, we talk about ecosystem. And what does that mean? It is not just teachers teaching students and coming out with the best qualifications. It is also about connecting the dots of our realities beyond school. We live in a region, and you know very well, that we face a number of challenges, including climate challenges, the climate crisis. And only last year, funny enough, that meeting that I spoke about last month was supposed to take place in October, on the very day that the hurricane came here. And of course, we had to postpone it. And you saw and still feel the impact of the climate crisis. Caribbean countries are on the front line of the climate crisis, notwithstanding that we have not been the ones who created the environment for it. But we must now reposition ourselves and the education sector to be able to have a completely resilient education system, not just in terms of sound infrastructure, but how do we ensure that our students and their learning can be resilient to external shocks in whatever form that they must come or that they may come. We saw it, for example, 5-6 years ago with COVID, where classroom learning had to then go online almost overnight. And therefore, the repositioning of the system and the retooling of the teachers meant, therefore, that overnight what teachers were taught coming through Teachers College had to now go into a different mode as well. But it means as well that we have to ask ourselves, what is the next shock that we have to prepare for? We don't know what it looks like. But the system of teaching must be so resilient that whatever comes, you have the tools to be able to respond. And the challenge, therefore, for this generation of teachers coming through Shortwood has to now be, how can we question the traditional norms of teaching in a world that is changing and being shaped by not just technology, but in an age of artificial intelligence, where bits of information you'd have to go and dig online, and even years ago, and perhaps me saying this will now date myself, in the world of encyclopedia, in a moment's notice, artificial intelligence can give you not just information, but compute and collate high volumes of data and to give you an output. How do you use these tools to inspire a generation? Equally, students have learned in silos across the Caribbean throughout the last 50, 60 years on different things. You have your science students, you have your students who study, for example, math, some study literature, some study culture. But we've never connected the dots for these young people to be able to realize that as they go into the world, they will be asked to bring to bear all of the studies that they've done in being able to create a future for the development of education in our region. And therefore, innovation has to now match with creativity. And that is why science and technology, engineering, the arts is critical in going forward. And therefore, a country rich in its history, teaching should also include, when you go into your schools, the use of the arts in your system. And it is one of the reasons why in Barbados, for example, we are in the pursuit of ensuring that a number of our schools can also tap into that rich history and vibrancy of the Caribbean. And what do I mean? A number of our schools in Barbados will now be retrofitted with music studios where students can, at the secondary level, go into school and learn how to produce music and beats. So that you're not just learning, yes, you can clap for that, of course. So you're not just learning about music and hearing the theory of it, but our students and our region is a region no one can touch us when it comes to culture as a region. But how do we now capitalize and create the infrastructure using the data to ensure that we can touch the world in a major way? So when you're talking about music videos and being able to learn how to DJ, but also the business of entertainment, all of these things must now be embedded in schools. But who teach them? Teachers. And therefore, it requires that that initial point of contact of education or teaching colleges around the region must also now reposition themselves to be able to reimagine the future of education itself and to be able to be on the cutting edge of education. So there's nothing stopping Shortwood from producing modules that also trains your teachers to be able to be in these cutting edge of leadership in education training for your teachers. You have the history of Bob Marley. This college should have a music studio full of vibes, teachers how to produce music. So that by the time they get into the primary schools and the secondary schools, they already have the tools at their fingertips to be able to teach the children how to do it. This is really now about repositioning the sector of education in the Caribbean. And in addition to that, we see many movies on Netflix and television around the world. And the music that you listen to in a movie, they're called soundtracks. But the soundtrack, we've never, as a region, tapped into creating that and connecting it with the sector around the world. And our students must now be able to do that, as I said, going forward. Innovation. We face climate challenges. This region also faces challenges with respect to health and non-communicable diseases. But equally, within the school framing and the teaching itself, we're not teaching our students these things before they leave school. And if we do it in an abstract way. But the teaching profession must now be able to, whatever we teach in the school, our teachers must be exposed to these new realities before they even come out of the teaching institutions. Because why? If you're going to shape the mind of the students, which then shapes the mind of the population, which then shapes the development trajectory of the country, that single profession, teaching, must now be that filter and frontline intervention sector that will allow for us to reposition all of our gains and prospects that we want to achieve. But it also calls for a level of thinking and understanding who we are. Oftentimes, and I say this, when I was at secondary school, and I'm sure this is across the Caribbean region, what we are doing in Barbados through the transformation of our education system, and our name itself should tell a story, the Ministry of Education Transformation, is to decolonize education itself. Decolonizing education itself. When I was at secondary school, and I'm sure everyone on the panel, when they did literature at some point in some way, shape, or form, we placed, and in many respects we still do, place a significant premium on being able to master literature out of Europe. What do I mean? Shakespeare, A Man for All Seasons. Not that there's anything wrong with them. Good pieces of work, great pieces of literature. But what about the Caribbean icons of literature who challenge the system, who question the theories, who offer inspiration, and at the same time allow for us to see ourselves in ourselves and to be able to project our values globally? And therefore, part of the curriculum reform that we're doing in Barbados is to ensure that that curriculum also reflects the aspirations and feeling of our people and the studying that they do. I had a situation where I was completely shocked. I was ambassador at the time in Geneva, and I had a reception at the residence, and I met an ambassador from Liberia. And when he said to me, you know, I have Bajan roots. And I said, okay, really? He then went on to tell the story of Barbadians leaving Barbados, moving to Liberia, and producing 3 presidents of Liberia from Barbados. Never, ever, ever in the history of my formal education was I, as a young Barbadian, taught that fact. But I know more about the kings and queens out of Europe. Now, am I saying our people must not know about the world? No, because we are creating global citizens and they must be aware. But the value that we place on our self, our identity as Caribbean people, must now, for the first time and unapologetically so, be fully and unrepentantly embedded into our education system. I was having a chat this morning with our keynote speaker, and I want to commend you for an excellent delivery this morning and really shaping and framing this discussion today in the research. And one of the things that he said that struck me is the fact that in Jamaica, you guys oftentimes take for granted your global exploits. So I mentioned that in the beginning of my speech today. The Bob Marleys, the Marcus Garveys, the Usain Bolts, etc., etc. Yes, you celebrate them, but I don't think you really understand who you really are. You guys are on the cutting edge of leadership in everything that you put your hands to. But therefore, how do you now bring the teaching profession that wherever a teacher in Jamaica, from Jamaica goes in the world, people will say, that is number one. But it requires you now to deconstruct the systems of which the foundation of teaching in Jamaica has been built upon. And 140 years of Shortwood allows for you to have the confidence, the ability to say, I have done it, and no one can question your legacy and your heritage. But I think, in my view, the challenge to this generation of persons in Shortwood, from the board right down to the student, is to reshape teaching itself in Jamaica and the Caribbean. And therefore look at building a partnership across the region that allows for these young teachers and these students who will go into the sector to also be exposed to each other across the region in shaping a new Caribbean reality. Because why? You're shaping the mind of a future generation of Caribbean people. And I can talk all morning, but that is not my point here. You're here to hear the panel and to ask questions and to be interactive. And my simple charge then would be simply this. How do you take your heritage of global dominance and excellence and creativity and vibes and reimagine teaching, reimagine a society which captures the aspirations and hope of young people, young men in particular, but equally inclusivity? Because the Caribbean region has to be a region that also plays and pays pivotal focus on ensuring that those in our disabled community have the best quality education as well. And therefore, when you bring all of that to bear, you must now create that legacy and future anchored by the data which shows all of the different things. And as my brother rightly said, not just sitting on the shelf or sitting in a report, but that data must now come alive through the innovation in our systems and being able to measure them and put them in a way that will bring benefit to everybody. So I simply want to congratulate the institution for its rich history, what you continue to do, and may those here at Shortwood and those here in the teaching profession around Jamaica continue to dream big, deliver even bigger, and continue to be the excellent people that you have been and will continue to be. Thank you very much.
One, okay. Morning, everybody. How do you feel? In Jamaica, we say, I am fine. I'll not lie, I tell. How are you? I am fine. Yes, I feel like I want to pull this back with your permission, so that I can be balanced. Is that all right? Wonderful. All right. I'm not sure if the people who control the sound are familiar with my social media platform. I feel like it's because I talk a lot when I decide to give me two mic. Because when you give me one tool in my hand, and you string me up with one. So this one is free, okay? Good. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to be here. Before I get into the formalities, I like humanity, I like authenticity. And because I like humanity and authenticity, I don't feel like the guest speaker was given the due diligence of the speech that the man delivered. Because I am sitting in the chair right here, Dr. Gilligan, and I'm saying to myself, I want an offering plate because really, really, really and truly, I wish to God that I was invited to move the vote of thanks and not to do this very difficult part. Because if I was invited to do the vote of thanks with a lever, you understand? The man touched on some very, very critical points, and he has made the point resoundingly clear that we have all the information we need to act. We don't need no more research. Ladies and gentlemen, we want no more unanswered questions. It is now time to put our foot on the ground, our shoulders to the wheel, and get to the 4-year-old and not to the 18-year-old. I feel like in Jamaica we love unanswered questions. You know, where water go pumpkin belly? Eh? Many years ago, I've been hearing that for 40 odd years now, I hear that the question, no, I don't know the answer, where water go pumpkin belly. That is the kind of culture that we have established where we have unanswered questions and we're not trying to get any kind of clarity or move the thing forward. We need, come on. I have a lot of data about pressing clothes. With an iron where you plug in. Because we are now in that time where you're not loading coal into iron no more. Or putting iron in a fire, but that is where I'm coming from. Hello, please. But now we have plug-in iron. All the data I have, doctor, tell me, say, when you plug in the iron and the iron are hot, you can press. Good. So me have me clothes. What me supposed to wear come to Shortwood today, including long sleeve shirt and tie. And I was supposed to look dignified up here like the other gentlemen. Not this. But I ignored the data. Me ignore the data and borrow one steamer from my sister. I never use a steamer from the day I was birthed. All the data I have tells me that you plug in the iron, it hot up, and you press. We had a problem solved. Suppose you not see me this morning with the steamer. Suppose you not see me this morning with the, and I wonder why the wrinkles not coming out. That is the reason why I'm not wearing my tie. Forgive me, you know. But if we have the information, come now, we can make it real. It's research day, you know. And I think a part of the challenge we have with research is that everything seems so high-flown and high-faluted. You get me? No, research simply says we have a problem, we need a pathway to a solution. If we have a problem, we have the pathway to the solution, so then we don't get up and move then, no? It really is that simple. The implementation piece of it needs to be addressed. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, future-ready ecosystems, innovation, climate resilience, and the Caribbean experience. In simple terms, this conversation is about preparing our Caribbean societies and essentially our education systems for a future that is changing quickly and unpredictably. When we say innovation, we're not just talking about technology. We're talking about how we teach, how students learn, and how we solve problems in our communities. Climate resilience is also central to us, especially in the Caribbean. Our students are growing up in a region where climate change is a lived reality. So the question becomes, are we equipping them with knowledge, skills, and mindset to respond to these challenges? And when we speak about the Caribbean experience, we're reminding ourselves that our solutions must fit our context. Our solutions must fit our context. And I'll pause at this point to shake this gentleman's hand. Thank you, sir. Our solutions must fit our context. Nothing against Shakespeare and Macbeth. We don't have any history, we don't have any beef. But our solutions must fit our context. The way we teach, the skills we prioritize, and the mindset we cultivate will determine how we prepare our students for the challenges ahead. So now, we're going to be getting into this conversation. And when you say panel discussion, it sounds fancy and people are throwing around questions and it seems almost stoic and straitjacket and draconian. We don't want it like that. We want to have a conversation. We want it to be a revolving conversation. We want to give people the opportunity to chime in if they feel like we've gotten to a juncture where they can make a valuable contribution. So that when everyone is leaving, we would have all contributed to a very meaningful discourse, but we would have all also taken away something very meaningful from the session. That makes sense? Yes? Wonderful. So, introductions have happened. After the introductions have gone, we still need to know who is who and who is wearing what. So beginning on my far right, I'm going to ask the gentleman in the baby blue dapper suit with the darkers. We're going to ask this gentleman to just tell us who he is, and then we'll continue in this way to that end. We know who the minister is already, but we're going to have each person identify themselves so that we can know who is speaking when they are actually speaking.
All right, thank you, Chair. Andrew Spencer, Professor Andrew Spencer, President of the Caribbean Maritime University.
Thank you so much.
Morning, thank you so much. My name is Suzette Camille Buchanan, and I'm Simple, the lady from Donga Bellevue.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Simona Watkins. I am the CEO and founder of Legacy Wealth Management, Cayman Limited.
Thank you.
So I am Vivian Blake. I'm from the Special Education Unit, Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information.
Morning, everyone. I am Okimo Duki, Acting Senior Education Officer in the Technical and Vocational Unit at the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information.
Good morning, everyone. I am Farah Christian McGowan. I am a lecturer here at Shortwood in the Geography, History, Social Studies, and Primary Department. Background mainly in geography.
All right. So now we're able to put face. We're able to put face to the introduction, and also before I play that, I'm bring work in all kinds of ways. Congratulations, Shortwood. 140 years is no small feat. There's no other life who was around this Shortwood game. That's a huge deal. And a special good morning to my brain surgeons. You all look very smart in your uniform. I'm talking about you short guys, because when you become a teacher, you are taking on the role of a brain surgeon. So think about that and make it marinate in your spirit. Professor Spencer, we're going to start with this first. We're going to start with you. We have already recognized that there's a disconnect between what's going on paper in research and what is going on in reality. So the Caribbean is rich in ideas and research, but the implementation part of it is lagging. What is one structural change we must make to move from innovation to execution?
All right, thank you very much, and thank you to Principal Malloy. And I also want to give my shout out, Mr. Chair, to the Keynote, who did a fantastic job. Hit a number of right notes, and the Honorable Minister from Barbados did the same, right? So let me just get directly to what you asked me. You asked a question about why is it that we're having things sitting on shelves and we're not implementing. All right, so I agree that there's an implementation deficit with research. I think the age-old challenge is that for too long, we've done a lot of research based on a thing in the academe known as academic freedom. Okay? Now, it may be a little controversial. The university president is saying this, but academic freedom means you research that which you are passionate about. You research that which you are qualified to research, which is okay, but it's about what the researcher wants to do. And here we are now having a conversation about unimplemented research papers, some of which are actually unimplementable given the realities of our region. And that's a fact. So a lot of what we've done, some of it is, you say you don't want no, we're not doing highfalutin, right? I almost said the word esoteric. What it just means we do a lot of work that literally can't be picked up and applied to a particular problem that we have now. So go back to your very simplified thing here. You said we have problems. Problems require solutions. The issue is that the region has not focused itself sufficiently on what we like to call at the Caribbean Maritime University applied research. Research that is aligned with policy, research that is aligned with the realities and the needs of the jurisdiction, and therefore we end up with a lot of research that there's very little interest in implementing. Now, what do we need to do in going forward? I keep saying that the research agenda doesn't start in the institutions and ought not to. And if you're paying respect to the heritage, that's great, because we do have a lot of cutting-edge research that has come out and been implemented. But those are, I would say, among the minority. I think the reality is that the starting point needs to be, what is the Caribbean's reality? What do we need to address? Institutions need to respond to that, and the researchers need to craft research projects that treat with those issues. Perfect example. So, shameless plug. The CMU is now doing research on sargassum seaweed. That's a very real, tangible thing. It's something that come up on your shores in St. Thomas and stink up the place. It's something that comes in your tourism belt and does a whole lot of things that it's not supposed to do. It's not easy to look at, but there are conversations about it having very valuable biodiverse uses. And so we have a team of researchers in partnership out of Ireland with us. We're driving it. We're the lead researchers, focusing on those biodiverse uses. And I could go on and on. We're doing work on green hydrogen to fix the shipping problems, and on and on. Going back to the keynote, just very quickly, long-winded we have answered you. The keynote said that we're introducing research very late in the pipeline and expecting to lead this research paradigm. And that's a reality. So one of the things is that we have introduced serious empirical research at the undergraduate level from first year in university. One may argue you may need to get it a little earlier than that. But the idea is that we can't expect to do things differently while not reorienting the beginning. It's kind of like, let me use my tourism hat for 1 second. We say we want to be the best destination in the world. And we have all the makings of it. The minister told us. We have the pull. Yet Jamaica has chosen, while wanting to be like France and everybody else, to focus its efforts on the accommodation sector. So we want to build plenty of hotels. And we want to have the accommodations rich, but the attractions are suffering. Every big destination of the world uses as its pull the attraction. And then you find a place to lay your head in the night. The same is true. We cannot be saying we want to be leaders and not just adopters of the technology and of the latest things that are happening, but we have not started to reorient the product, that is the student, to be able to chart a way forward through applied research that is going to transform the region. Instead, we're training people to come and be adopters and be receivers and be those people at the end of that cycle rather than at the beginning where we create. That creative gene that helps us to do Bob Marley and everything else is the creative gene that ought to be applied in the places and the spaces that will move our region forward.
Thank you very much, Professor. I want to pose the same question to Mr. Blake and or Mr. Duque, because you are posted in the Ministry of Education. The disconnect that exists, we hear it from a tourism perspective. We saw your glasses coming out, and that's okay because it's an all-encompassing conversation. But I also want to come back to the education landscape with more specificity. What is causing the disconnect between the answers that we are unraveling and the implementation piece of it to put those answers to work? Mr. Blake, I'm going to start with you to build on Professor's arguments.
All right, so morning again, everybody. All right, so before I respond and share my view to the question, I also just want to piggyback a little bit, because we are saying that one of the consensuses that I am hearing is that, you know, there is enough data and all of that. And yes, I agree that there's a lot of data that we are not using. But from the perspective of special education and I will reference the recent JETC report. A lot more research need to take place in this sector, and maybe this is why I'm here today, to pique persons' interest and so forth. But a lot more data. So Professor Patterson and his team, for example, identified that we don't even have accurate enough prevalence data. So one of the things we have observed, for example, in the special ed unit is the emergence of autism from around about COVID and so forth. And we have noted that the population of persons that we are required to serve more and more are our students with autism. Yet, I cannot say that, and again, I go back to what Patterson said, that there's accurate data to really say, boy, what is happening, especially, developmentally to our children, etc. So, I am at the research forum, so persons, I'm inviting you now to look into this special education agenda and help us undertake some of the research. So specifically to the question, what my experience is, and my experience may be limited in this regard, but thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the conversation nonetheless. But I find that too often the information remains in the journals. So I find that in many instances, the researchers, the finding, etc., and the beautiful recommendations, they don't always trickle down to the stakeholders. They don't always, there isn't, and I talk about, I go back to the whole area of special education research. Every year, for example, we have our Disability Awareness Week. This month is Autism Awareness Month, all of that. And I don't see, a lot of times there's this focus on what kind of research has taken place and the sharing of the finding of this research with the sector. So that's on one hand. There's also, on the other hand, where there are some sectors where I don't believe that we understand the importance. And maybe this is part of the issue in the sector that I am representing, that there isn't enough regarding the importance of research, and therefore resources are not dedicated to it. Persons are not identified to own the process and carry it out and all of that. And therefore, I'm very happy for fora like these, because maybe we can start considering partnering to bridge some of these gaps that exist. So that is it from my perspective on that question.
Morning again, everyone. So I think we have adequate data in some sectors. I think there are, room for improvements and so on in others. But I think as a country, part of the problem is finances. And when it comes on to implementation, it requires funding. And so what we have to realize too is, as a country, what are the things that we are good at? What are the things that are important to us? And ensure that we move towards those and use the information to drive us. And so when we look at, what we need, so we're looking at, for example, now where there is a global crisis, and we are struggling as a country to find our footing. We don't know where to go. So we have to realize, what is it that will make us independent? What will make us, stable as a country? So for example, and this is my area, agriculture, we need to feed ourselves. And that is the most important thing. We have to be able to feed ourselves so that the impact of the world is not as strenuous on us, as it is now. And so our research needs to be focused on how can we, as a small island developing state, how can we protect ourselves? Because traditionally we know that most of our cities and so on, we are centered around our coastline. because of the ease of trade and so on in the earlier days. And so how can we protect ourselves? So the research must be focused on those things. How can our brand, as was said by Honorable Minister, how can we research in terms of our brand? So we don't need to take on everything as a country. What we need to do is to focus on the things that are important to us, to keep us safe, to keep us active, and really work on those things. And then we will, we can implement those things to protect our country in the future. All right?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You mentioned a very important piece, funding. Funding is a problem because if we don't allocate money to a particular area, then the area is going to continue to be underserved. And to make this a practical conversation, in real life, we make sure so the oil in the vehicle change before we buy the acid reflux medication. So we fund everything around us, but we're not funding the thing that is supposed to be enjoying the things around us. I'm coming to you now.
May I comment?
Sure. Absolutely.
Okay, with regard to that particular question, as I listen, I'm also reflecting, and I'm thinking maybe part of the problem could be also which research, which set of data gets recognized and is deemed valuable and important to the problems we're trying to solve. Each and every one of us on this platform would have done some kind of research at graduate level and so on, independent research, all of that. All of the students in here eventually will do some kind of research. Where does all of that data go? Who is capturing it and recognizing the recommendations and the findings that are in those research? And so when it comes on sometimes to national projects and some of the issues that we're trying to deal with, you're more hearing about data that came out of UNDP, you're hearing about data that came from the World Bank, you're hearing about data that came from some external entity. Sometimes, of course, we do recognize work done locally, regionally, and so on. But if we were to quantify all the research that has been done by persons in this room alone, the data out there is quite vast. But which of that data is being recognized and is being pulled and is being used to address some of the issues that we face? So I think that may be also part of the problem.
So now we have identified two problems. We have identified the politics behind data storage and use, accessibility, and we've identified the issue of funding. I want to piggyback on that argument, again, referencing the Honorable Minister. One of the frustrations I've had with research up to the PhD level is that we're always using data from somewhere else. And we're always referencing people from somewhere else. It's almost as though we don't understand that we can curate our own data, make our own inferences generalizable to our own population, and by virtue of the fact that the research is conducted in the Caribbean, in our own context, then the inferences are more applicable to us, to our problems. See? And so that's a part of the challenge. You make a very valid point. We need to get into the habit of actually doing research to some end, and not just as a part of some certification protocol, where
the students at Shortwood are compelled to do a research as a part of the curricular requirements. You know what I mean? We need to get to the point where when we see value in what the students present, some of the questions that they ask. You made the point earlier, Professor, about people doing research based on what they're interested in. But people's interests don't just come about randomly or haphazardly. Interests come about based on lived realities and issues that people have. And so if we had the continuity where when a Shortwoodite takes up a particular problem and starts to bring a certain amount of attention to that problem, if we had the continuity of building on that, then we would have been able to unearth and unravel answers to our own questions and solutions to our own problems. But I'm going to go to the funding piece of it. And this question is now going to be for Ms. Watkins. Did I get it right? Watkins. Ms. Watkins. This is a question for you, madam. Are we investing in the future we claim to want? Or are we still underfunding that is critical to building resilient Caribbean economies? Are we investing in the future we claim we want? What are we still underfunding is the question. What are we still underfunding that is critical to building resilient Caribbean economies?
All right, thank you for the question. I would say that for the most part, I think that we are doing some amount of work in investing in the research that is there. However, there's also the question of, is it going in the right places, right? So we tend to look at, we often do short-term pressure investing, and then we ignore the long-term productivity aspect of research. And so there's areas like teacher development that I would say that perhaps not get enough funding. Is there enough public-private sector partnership that will help to bolster this kind of development? We look at digital infrastructure, we look at entrepreneurship, and that one is big for me because I have 3 boys, right? And one of which was educated in Barbados, because I lived in Barbados, and one is being educated in Cayman, and one was educated here in Jamaica. So I see all 3 countries, and I said to myself, is teacher development being really financed in all of these areas? To the great extent, I mean, I'm from Jamaica, so I know a little bit more about the Jamaican market. I would say that just from the experience, I do see some kind of investment into the JTA and so forth. I don't know to what great extent, so don't come for me. But I don't know that it's in all the right places. A budget is a statement of priority. And so where the money goes, or where there is interest, that's where we see the resources going. So when we look at digital infrastructure, but is it in the right places? That's where I still have an unanswered, for myself, an unanswered question. But if we prioritize it in the budget, because it is our statement, then we will know exactly where the resources will be going, if that makes sense to you.
We'll know exactly where the resources will be going. Thank you so much for that contribution. Minister Blackman, I want to hear from you from a Caribbean perspective as well. Are we underfunding critical pieces to building resilient Caribbean economies?
Very strategically complex question, I think. Let me say at the onset, there's always going to be the need for more funding, more resources to treat our issues. But within the context of resilience, and I'm glad you asked that, across the region I can tell you, including Jamaica, governments are not just trying to reposition systems of education and infrastructure, but they're trying to reposition and build resilience of our systems at a time when we're still trying to build out the prospects of our country in a world that is changing at pace. And we also know the history of that. And therefore, the complexity of building out those systems and the funding that we need to do so is one that country after country after country, that's why you would see them articulating the positions they do around the world, is that we need to have the policy space as governments in the Caribbean to be able to treat to these things. But when we dig deeper, it also requires, and I'm happy that it was made just now, the comment, budgets, of course, treat to stated priorities, also implied. And therefore, we have to ask, how do we ensure that we build the resilient systems, but prepare our people who have to deliver those systems to be able to now make the best decisions and to be able to now be equipped to make innovative solutions to Caribbean problems that we have. And I think once we can then match the resources with the innovation and the capacity to do so, we are going to start to see the outcomes that we want. And I'm happy that you also linked the point earlier. And I think we have to go building on your point. There has to be, if I should use the term, a decolonization of research. And that's the point that I took away from your intervention. In the region, yes, of course, we reference things around the world. X institution has said this. X financial institution has said this. This university has said this. Oftentimes, not necessarily as a badge of honor, but almost to give credence to the solution that we are going to give, to persuade and to influence others to make that intervention. But if we are to be resilient in and of ourselves and for our people, the Caribbean has to come full center in being able to use our intellectual capacity and muscle and to be able to be confident in and of itself, to be able to showcase the solutions that we're talking about. And what do I mean? In real practical terms. Every phone in here that we all have, the cars we use, the buses we drive, the microphone that I'm using, the research and technology that we use to produce these things, broadly are not from the Caribbean, but we consume them, and we use them, and we buy them. The solutions for our classroom, all these things. But yet we collect data, we invest in our students to study computer science and all these different things. And students then go on into being computer engineers and working in a firm and having their own business, working for government in the Ministry of Science, etc. But we're not connecting the dots and saying, in order for the Caribbean to be resilient, we must now reposition all of these students and all of these systems to be able to now create the goods and the services that will, one, meet our domestic needs, two, our regional needs, and therefore also exporting the ideas through goods and services to the rest of the world to consume. Now that is the next wave of industrial revolution that we must now prepare ourselves for.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Caribbean problems require Caribbean solutions. Yes? To shift it back now from a broader frame to the context of education, Ms. Buchanan, I want to ask you, are we preparing students for the future we talk about, or the past that we're comfortable with? Where is our education system falling short in producing a future-ready Caribbean workforce?
Thank you so much for that question. And when you invite the lady from Bellevue at a forum, then there's going to be some focus on mental health.
Absolutely.
And it's a question, it's something that I have to address. In preparing anyone, there has to be mental readiness. And I think that is where we lack focus. Because if you're not mentally ready, as teachers, you cannot pour into your students. And if the students are not mentally prepared to receive, they won't receive. Over the years, then, and I see now, we have done so much research. I can easily flow out and tell you that 1 in every 5 persons in this room is living with a mental health condition. I can also tell you, right? I can also move on to say that we're shifting from institutionalization and we're shifting mental health management to the community. And that is because of research. We can tell you, so we have so many answers, but what are we really putting into practice? That is primarily my comment. And so if we're going to truly tackle all the things that has been said earlier, I'm in so much agreement with it. But I think as a country, as a Caribbean, we have to focus more on mental health. You can't pour from an empty cup. And persons have been pouring from empty cups. Persons have been doing research from empty cup. So much so that we continue to reinvent wheels. We do this research and then we do it again, right? So I mean, accurate. That's absolutely accurate. And so I think if we are going to talk about readiness for today, readiness for tomorrow, we have to be mentally prepared. And there has been so much conversations everywhere as to what we ought to be doing, what we can doing, what are we really implementing. We're talking about, I think mental health should be included in the curriculum. Yeah, you're teaching people to manage research, you're teaching them how to interpret research, you're teaching them all kinds of things, but you're not teaching them how to manage their mental health and to manage that of others.
Absolutely.
So, I want to see a subject called emotional intelligence. Yeah. All right, so me get me forward, so me go pass on the mic now.
And it is a well-deserved forward. It is a well-deserved forward. Faculty, I'm coming to you with the same question. Love the angle, love the direction. Thank you for that contribution. I'm coming to you with the same question. You actually operate in a capacity where you have to do the surgery on the surgeons who will be going out to do the surgery on the students. Are we preparing students for the future we talk about or the past we are comfortable with? Where is our education system falling short in producing future-ready Caribbean workforce?
Okay, so my answer to that would be yes, but. So there are systems in place, there are policies in place, there are projects in place, there are structures in place that would have envisioned what is coming and what we need to be prepared for. We would have revised curricula to match what is happening now and what is to eventually come. We would have modified teaching strategies, adjust assessments, and so on. And so, as best as possible, we are trying to prepare our student teachers here at Shortwood for the classroom that is out there and the classroom that is to come. But I must admit that in making those changes, we are plagued by mindset, and sometimes our difficulty or our inability to change mindset, right? And sometimes that mindset affects us if the persons who are driving policy and making decisions don't have the mindset or have a changed mindset. And so you're going to find that you are going to be stuck in the past. So if I take, for example, we are talking about creating teachers and students who are problem solvers, who can think creatively, who will identify issues that are there in the society and so on and come up with problems. And we assess them based on real-world examples and authentic assessment strategies. But then now, we come back to the standardized test, right? So there is the CXC, there is the PEP, and there is the end-of-year exam that is coming, right? Which means that at the end of the day, sometimes those are going to become our focus. And so it goes back now to what is in the text and what is in theory, and not what we actually want to practice. So yes, we are trying to do it, and we are putting structures in place to do it, but sometimes the system is slow in making the adjustments. And sometimes if the mindset is not right and thinking forward, then it is going to continue to be slow in change.
Chair, can I add
Absolutely.
ask a question? If you don't mind?
One second, if I can just jump in very, very quickly. I'm happy to share with you, funny enough, coming from the ministerial we had last month here in Jamaica, I've been asked to lead the relooking of regional assessments in the Caribbean for that very same reason. Because the pipeline that everyone goes through and look towards, how do I get more CXCs? How do I get more CAPE results? And if that is the objective, yet we're trying to reform and build all these new attitudes and values, but this is still the pipeline, forget it. So what we are now committed to do as regional ministers and CXC, of course, is to now reimagine how do we build more project-based learning into the assessments, so where students can be assessed by using videos and podcasts and different things that captures who we are in a modern way. Still assessment, still getting your grades, still getting your certificates, but not in this colonial way of sitting down for 2 hours because that does not prepare you for the world. It prepares you for a world that has long passed. So therefore, I'm really happy you mentioned that, and therefore institutions like Shortwood and across the region must also adapt in how even teachers are taught as well. So it's a complete transformation of education in the Caribbean that we must now use this as an opportunity to retool if we're to go forward. So I just really wanted to touch on that.
I love that. Thank you so much, sir.
All right.
It's what case?
So I wanted to touch on the parenting side. So as the lecturer responsible for the brain surgery, right? How do you prepare parents, how do you help teachers to prepare parents in understanding what the readiness looks like to put these teachers out there, to educate children? And I ask the question because, again, as a mother, I come from old school Jamaica where if you don't pass your 9 CXCs, you're not going away. If you don't get to university, you're not going anywhere. If you don't apply a certain level of pressure, and so it becomes regurgitated learning rather than actual learning. So with my youngest, I said to myself, but the teachers look at me and say, no, mommy, you know, we talk about the mental health. And in my mind, I'm like, but we just want him pass the exam then. And I've now come to realize that it's a rethinking as a parent that I have to apply. How do you, as a lecturer, teaching your students, help them to apply that same level of understanding to help not just the students, but the parents as well, if there is a curriculum for that?
With your permission, this question goes to the lecturer, but I also want to hear from the Ministry of Education.
Okay, I'll make one comment before I respond to, because the statement that you made about you wanting your child to have that 9 CXC, you know, that is cultural.
It is.
And it's something that is well embedded in the Jamaican psyche. But I think one thing that can influence change in that comes from the private sector and those entities that are going to become our potential employers.
Absolutely.
Because if the employers are demanding that you come with your 5 CXCs,
That
and
part.
you come with your 9 CXCs and
That
your
part.
degree and all of that, and not recognizing other experiences that you may have had or other exposures that you may have had, then it means that as parents, we are going to continue to want our children to get that 9 CXC and so on. So there needs to be a culture shift where that is concerned. And it's going to take a while because going back to the point about decolonizing education, our experience has been that for the masses, education was not always accessible. And so parents have always, or families have always encouraged children to get an education and to do the best that you can and to achieve as much as you can. And that has stuck with us for decades, and it's going to take decades possibly to change. But in terms of teacher education now and how it is that we prepare students, well, at this level, we don't really interface much with parents, but we try to ensure that our pre-trained teachers understand that when you go out there, every child is not at the same level, right? And children are going to learn at different paces. There are also different learning styles. And sometimes what we are looking for, especially when it comes on to the standardized tests, we may not see it because a child will have talent in so many different areas that they can excel in. And so part of what we help to mentor them to do is to try to be as encouraging as possible, to try to help these students to build their talents wherever, and let them understand that even though you may be aiming for that 9 or 10 CXCs and so on, if you didn't get it or if you don't get it within the time that you want, there is still time for you to achieve and accomplish other things.
Thank you so much. Sir, with your permission, I'm going to take from the floor Ms. Renee Williams-Brown. Yes? I'd love to hear your input relative to the role of the Ministry of Education, bridging the gap between what goes on in school and our parents.
All right, so as a member of the tertiary branch and understanding the current changes that are taking place in tertiary, I want to mention first that what we're currently doing is facilitating the review of the pre-service teacher education program. Understanding that the current program may not necessarily meet the needs of the future and also of the present. And so some of the areas we're currently speaking to, for example, character development, or teachers being able to support students' mental development and being reflective enough to focus on their own mental space, are some of the concerns or some of the areas that we're looking to address as we review the teacher education program. So some of those things are being considered at the ministry level, and the funding is being garnered to ensure the implementation. And as we do so, we're not doing so outside of the context. We're making sure that our tertiary leaders and other stakeholders are at the table so that these changes are not just informed from where we sit in an office at the ministry, but they're informed based on the realities of our teacher education program. Certainly, we believe that if we are to facilitate reform, we have to make sure the teachers we create are ready for the system. Even in the area of research, this is one area we've noted, and you asked about funding earlier, as a need in our teacher training institutions. And so funding has been provided to all our teacher training institutions and also our community college to ensure that they are able to engage in research. Certainly, this discussion is timely because as our institutions engage in research, these kinds of focused discussions help us to be more strategic in how we approach research and how we utilize research, not just for institutional development, but how we utilize it for national development. And certainly I believe at the tertiary level, that's what we have to continue to look at. The ecosystem that we're creating. We can't at this point look at things institutionally, my institution, your institution. We have to have a national view, because at the end of the day, the focus is not on individual, it should be on national development. In terms of the resources, and this is the last point I'll make as you push me towards national development, we understand that resources are needed in our tertiary spaces to facilitate some of the changes that we want. And that is something as a branch we've looked carefully at. And strategically, we have worked through to provide some of these resources. The implementation has not yet fully taken place, but definitely the discussions have been had and the actions are in place to facilitate upgrades in our public higher education institutions that will support future-ready, not just teachers, but future-ready members of society to help to cater to some of the issues that we have.
Appreciate you a lot for your input, Ms. Williams.
All right, so I want to add, in terms of students being future ready and so on, I think, as was mentioned, the mindset change and being linked to, our colonial past and so on, I think that is part of our problem. So if we're talking about data and what the data is saying, over 80% of our jobs are directly linked to skills, TVET. But yet still, we are stuck as a country on creating this type of student. And so we want to for the mindset change as a country, so that parents can see the value, because we are short on many of the skill areas. We are short on plumbers. We are short on electricians. We are short on drywall installers. And so if the data is saying that over 80% of our jobs are related to skills, are related to TVET, why as a country aren't we pushing our people to go towards those areas?
That's a good question. That's an excellent question. Thank you for your input, sir. We still believe in Jamaica that the 9 subjects translate to success, and we still believe in Jamaica. Well, we believe that success look a certain way. In Jamaica, success has a look. It clean, and it have an tie. When we pass the people who are not so clean and who are not wearing ties, we don't consider those people to be successful. But in the context that we are operating, they laugh at us in our shirt and tie, because they would have reaped more success than we could ever imagine in our high-heel boot, our leather bag. Do you hear me? Skill training in this country right now is suffering. Anybody who follow Miss Pearly Grandson content know that I'm trying to build a little house. I call it Rome. Not by virtue of size, but because Rome was not built in a day. If you want to see me electrician, what is supposed to be wiring the house? I am praying that after I'm done and gone, me not hear nothing like gashing at the wall and the house not burn down, because it can hardly go. In name Fleming. Franklin Fleming. Just the name alone make you know him is an endangered species. But I have no choice, because skilled people don't exist. Everybody have 9 subjects. And that's why when they're done, they have to go pack up in the call center. You get me? We need to reimagine what success looks and feels like in this country, so that we can equip people to meet our personal needs. All right.
I know my session. Professor Spencer, I'm coming back to you with this question. We can't have a discussion such as this and not have a conversation about artificial intelligence. So with the rise in AI and STEAM opportunities, how do we ensure that Caribbean students are not left behind? Not just in access to tools, but in the ability to think critically and to create.
All right, thank you again, Chair. And, you know, I have to put myself in a straitjacket, don't judge me, because of how many things are swirling in my mind based on the very rich discussion so far. Can I be the guy on this panel who's not going to get any forward today? I'm not going to get no forward, and that's okay, right? I leave the forward to everybody. I'm going to be the fly in the ointment. I'm going to be the guy who is the problem child and who annoys everybody today. First of all, let's throw a round of applause to the tertiary branch at the ministry. They've coordinated amazing things. They've brought all of us together, Principal Malloy and all of the heads of institutions together in a working group so that we're focusing in the right direction. And I also want to give Shortwood and the leadership a massive round of applause because they have gone into spaces that others have not yet gone in terms of making sure that they are training their teachers to identify neurodivergent types of learning, right? And I'm very passionate about that. So let's give them the forward, right? Shortwood, amazing. All right, so now that we give all of the forwards, here's my problem point, and we're going to AI. So, back to this thing about my lived reality. Minister, you made the point way more eloquently than I could have. And I'm going back to an original problem-solution issue that I don't want us to leave this room today applauding and excited while not drilling down into this very real issue. And this very real issue is simple. AI has come to take over the entire space. Fact. We have not properly begun to formulate policy surrounding it for the education space. The teachers are afraid of it. They're scared. Everybody gets a 0 if there's a hint of the use of AI. And the students are thinking that the teachers are crazy, right? Because all I did was, this was my idea. I wrote this. I wanted a little polishing, and therefore I took a little polishing from the guidance of ChatGPT and from other AI forms and other things around. And I'm being penalized for it. Now the question is, we have to have a real conversation. The artificial intelligence has its limitations, and if we appreciate those limitations, we will understand how to frame our assessments so that AI can generate everything for any of our students. It's simple. It is artificial for a reason. It is about inputs, it's about what it can receive and what it can churn out. There's a particular element that we must demand from students in our assessments that will enable them to thrive. So yes, we need to encourage research in AI and in all forms of technology, and we must embrace STEAM. There are things called inhibitors and there are things called stimulants. The big problem for us, and I'm going back and I'm challenging what you say, Miss Pearly grandson, you're good people because your name Andrew though. But hear me on this. When I made the point that we are researching what we feel to research, I agree that it's our lived reality. So watch me on this fly in the ointment business. It's my lived reality. But my lived reality in my house as a single individual does not necessarily impact my nation's progress.
True.
So all I'm saying is, we are not in a position as a poor nation or poor region to be simply doing splintered research all over the place. And I'm saying in a reality where funding is a challenge, let us get off the soapbox and recognize that in order for me to get the funding for this needed research to move the nation and the region forward, I can't simply do what pleases me. I have to understand the national priorities.
Facts.
And so this is where I'm pointing us. AI is one of those national priorities. Back to inhibitors. So one inhibitor is the mental health issue. So we have to be doing research that treats with the inhibitor. We also have to be doing research that treats with the inhibitor of neurodivergence. We have to be doing research that treats with the inhibitor of the lack of this and the lack of that, but we also have to do research that treats with the stimulants. What will stimulate our forward thrust? Are we doing the appropriate research on that thing that will deal with that part of the theme, sir? Not just heritage, horizons. We can't talk about horizons if we're sitting down and doing what pleases us. What pleases us for 3 million people in this country, if we were all to be researchers doing 3 million different types of things, it's madness. And we're going to end up doing what Suzette said. We're going to end up replicating and duplicating all the wrong things. So we have to be clear on the priorities. And if we leave this room today with everybody feeling happy that we've done enough research and all it is doing is sitting on shelves and we not use it, then we're not going anywhere because we have not done the right research. Let us do the research on the AI and on the STEAM and all of the things that we need to move forward so that we can get actual, figurative STEAM to move this country forward.
Intentional. Moving forward with intentionality. We could do this all day. I could do this all day because I find that constructive conversations are not prevalent in this country, especially when you operate in the social media space. However, in the interest of time, I'm going to pose this last question. I'm going to start off with Mr. Blake, and then I'm going to have 2 or 3 other members of our panel chime in to give their 2 cents on this as well. Mr. Blake, if we agree that education cannot operate in isolation, how should schools and teacher training institutions more deliberately connect this with sectors like health, agriculture, and industry to prepare students for real-world challenges? How should schools and teacher training institutions more deliberately connect with sectors like health, agriculture, and industry to prepare students for real-world challenges?
Okay, afternoon. I just going to give a quick answer, kind of referencing some of what Professor Spencer just said. I think a lot of these things come down to our priorities and whether we are able and whether we are willing to put the resources, basically to put the money where our mouths are. And just to put a special education perspective on it, because since that's my area, one of the things that we and especially in the context of this question, one of the things that we continue to grapple with is the low employment of persons with special needs and persons with disabilities. And the truth is that just reflecting on this question this morning, this is the thing that came to me, because I don't believe that we have adequately resourced this area to ensure that the requisite strategic actions can be taken. So, can you imagine, for example, let us get practical, that I am working in an institution, and as I put the special ed spin on it, and I go to try and connect with an employer. Because in most cases, and I can also reference what my colleague to the left here spoke about, the mindset. So it's about 2 things. One, sometimes, and especially my lived situation, it's one, the attitude of persons in the sector, and 2, it is how much it is a priority that we can really try and make it happen so that there can be progress and progress in the area. So that's how that's what I would say to that, and just pass on the mic to whoever else want to come in.
Ms. Buchanan. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Sir Blake. How should schools and teacher training institutions more deliberately connect with sectors like health? I'm going to stop it there for you.
Is that my question?
Yes.
Please repeat, thank you.
How should schools and teacher training institutions more deliberately connect with sectors like health?
There has to be a connection. There definitely has to be a connection and a working relationship if we're going to achieve any objective. You know, I've always said, even as it relates to mental health, we cannot operate without that connection. In reality, when it comes on to, and when I speak, I often speak specifically to mental health. Sorry for that. When it comes on to mental health, there has to be a working relationship. Whatever we are doing, it has to be done in tandem with the Ministry of Health. Let us take, for example, when it comes on to schools, there are certain things I mentioned earlier on about certain things forming a part of the curriculum. In mental health, children, a lot of us as teachers, a lot of us as students operate from our trauma. A lot of us, we layer trauma one onto the other, right? And a lot of us, when somebody died by suicide tonight, it is not necessarily their present and current situation. It is something that happened from the past. So we're often in a position where we'll say, Lord of mercy, look how he look happy, and look how he must smile. Then what could have happened? He have a nice car and he have a nice house, and then tonight he died by suicide. So I am saying that connection, we have to have a system in place where we start early. A mental health condition turns up in the adolescent years. It begins to manifest. Are we beginning to teach what signs to look out for? Are we preparing teachers? Are we preparing students how to handle these signs? Do we have clear referral pathways? Are we seriously talking about language and how what we say affect each other? Are we beginning to look at kindness and how being unkind takes a toll on your mental health? And so agencies, ministries like the Ministry of Health has a key role to play. Ministry like the Ministry of Education has a key role to play. They should not be operating independent of each other. We are now talking about at Bellevue Hospital rolling out a mental health campaign across Jamaica. This is going to require the involvement of the Ministry of Health, and it is going to require the involvement of the Ministry of Education, because their mandate is to educate. And so if the Ministry of Health wants to be effective, then education is very, very important. And education does not begin at the level of high school or begin at the level of college or university. It starts with the tiny little one. What is it that we have put in place as a policy that will help us as we grow and not help us when we grow? So I think it is important that whatever we are doing, these sectors are incorporated, not at the end of our research or not while we're doing our research, but from the beginning, Professor. So there has to be that collaboration.
Connection. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take the opportunity to debunk one of the things that we operate by in Jamaica. From a cultural perspective, we have a tendency in Jamaica to say, and I quote, trouble not set like rain. End of quote. We also have a tendency to say, quote, when trouble a come, shall not blow. End quote. Realistically speaking, we can debunk these two sayings against the background of the data that already exist. So, trouble long set like rain. And at this point in time, we have a responsibility. I respect the Ministry of Education. I'm so sorry, my love. I have to wrap in the interest of time. I'll come in right over to talk to you afterwards so I can hear what you have to say. But I hear when you say we are thinking about it, and I love that. But I find that in Jamaica, we think about a lot of things a lot of times, and we take a very long time to think about it. So I want to caution us and I want to challenge us. Where policy needs to move to implementation. And when data begin to take teeth and have some kind of an impact in our solutions, let us not spend the entire time thinking about it, but let us see if we can mobilize the relevant entities and get the thing done. We have come to the end of the session. Madam, through principle. It looks like it is important.
Very quick. I just want to say, agreed with what Lady Buchanan said and what we've all been saying. Last thing, I think we suffer from a problem of alignment, and that's what you're saying in your closing. We've misaligned a number of things. So in the same way that now we have fancy ports, but we don't have enough people to work in the ports, the same is true for what you have done, and I gave you applause earlier, Lady Malloy, for focusing on this neurodivergence and being able to identify it. The next step is to be able to treat with it. Now, the misalignment is this, and I learned this only yesterday, that we trained a bunch of people who can engage in speech pathology and behavioral therapy, etc. And all of those people, because we didn't align the human resource with the other resources, have left. They're gone elsewhere. And now the government is talking about setting up facilities to be able to treat with neurodivergent children, but they don't have no people because we didn't align the resources properly. So I'm saying this alignment is very important, and that's how policy will actually connect with implementation. Thank you.
Alignment. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Really Grandson at your service. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, panelists.
Panelist, Minister, Mr. Moderator, please don't leave the stage. We're going to quickly hand you your tokens. But audience, wasn't that a rich discussion? Awesome. So we are going to have 2 research pitch right after, but we want to acknowledge our panelist and minister and our moderator very quickly and move right into the pitch, followed by lunch. So, and we will hand over to Dr. Leah Gillen will be handing out books, so please stay for that. All right, so our students will now come up and present the tokens. Thank you so much, panelists. You did an excellent job. You don't have to read, just hand it to you. So, all right. Okay. All right, so Miss Ariel, our college president, will go ahead and provide the token to our minister. It's another art piece, and we would have heard the symbolism of that art piece earlier. It is our token of appreciation for our Honorable Chad Blackman. Professor Andrew Spencer, we thank you for your creative and intellectual conversation, innovative movement that you have charged us with. Our next token is for Ms. Buchanan, advocate for mental health. We appreciate that platform, and we just thank you very much for giving us ideas to institutionalize framework. Mr. Duki, for embracing the TVET approach and talking about skills that is essential so that our dear moderator can find a young electrician for his home. All right? And our very own Farah Christian McGowan for talking about the change with climate resilience and our role that we play in that. And certainly we will now provide Miss Watkins with her award. Here. Thank you. And Ms. Watkins spoke to us about financial literacy and how we can position our children and also parents to prepare for the future. All right, did everyone get their token? Mr. Blake. Mr. Blake's token is very special because his token was brailled so that he is able to acknowledge what is on his token. Thank you. Yes, so his plaque is a little bigger because we have to ensure that he has clear vision of what he has on his token. Thank you so much, Mr. Blake. Thank you all to our panelists. Now I'm handing over to Dr. Gillen to hand out his books, and then we will quickly have our pitch.
Thank you so much. I was quite impressed with the level of emotional intelligence that came out of this discussion this morning. And so few of you have especially spoken on that topic. I wrote 3 books. Education, in my mind, involves 3 people: the teacher, the parent, and the student. And so all 3 books are related to how the interaction and relationship with all 3. And so I'm the first person I'm giving these 3 books to. I heard your passion. I heard your passion. I heard your passion about parents, right? And I heard your passion this morning too about emotional intelligence. This is it. And then I have to give the minister a full set, because I want him to impact people and children also. So here we go. All right, and thank you so much for the time.
I want to say thanks to Rochelle for having invited the University of the Cayman Islands to be here at this function. We have enjoyed it thoroughly. I want to say that our president, Ms. Cover, sends greetings to Shortwood. And I also want to say that as the Vice President and Provost, I'm also in charge of research and publication. We do 2 journals per year. There's a senior journal and also one for the students. So I want to give Madam President 2 copies of the most recent senior version of our journal. It's entitled AI and Education, with special reference to the Caribbean. It's really a compilation of writings and research by academicians, policymakers across the Caribbean. We ask you, please, if you could make these available in the library for your students. May I also say that, here you are, thank you so much. May I also say that our next publication will be entitled Experiential Learning, Diverse and Effective, A Caribbean Perspective. So if persons here want to publish with us, you can, the call for paper come out very shortly. And finally, our student version, we at UCCI, we believe strongly that the best intellectual products of our students should be published, whether from the undergraduate or the graduate level, and we're making that something available across the Caribbean. So if you have students here, if you want to publish with us, you can let us know, and we'll get it together for you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Okay, and we could not end this session without saying thanks to our moderator, Mr. Mr. Andrew Dennis, our household name, early grandson. Thank you so much for being here. We could not have chosen a better person for this session. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Shortwood.
All right, we invite Lavine Crossdale quickly to the stage to do her pitch, followed by Miss Carrie Hutchinson, Miss Silvera, and Mr. Daly to do their pitch right after. Yes, you may. Miss Hutchinson, are you ready for your pitch? All right, so we'll take yours now. I'm not seeing Miss Crossdale. You may come. Oh, okay. Presentation will be shared. There we go.
Buenas tardes a todos. Bonjour tout le monde. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lavine Crossdale. I am a third-year student from the Modern Languages Department. And today, I will be sharing my case study that focuses on how foreign learning French and Spanish influences a student's access to global STEAM opportunities. The case of the Jamaican student. The need for communication An overview of this presentation includes an introduction to the case, the problem and purpose of the research, as well as the methodology, findings, and implications. Okay. The need for communication exists within every discipline and profession. How can we communicate effectively when there are language barriers? Imagine a future where this bridge no longer exists. In an era when the world is connected through cyberspace and physical boundaries are growing less relevant, language still remains a prominent, even though it is an invisible barrier, particularly in fields such as science, technology, engineering, the arts, and also mathematics. In all these disciplines, it is essential that global collaboration is implemented. My study explores how foreign language acquisition reforms this barrier into international academic and professional opportunities.
Doing well. You're doing well. Keep going. You're doing well.
Now, foreign language learning in Jamaica is extremely undervalued. Despite the growing need for cross-cultural communication, many students view foreign language acquisition as an academic obligation rather than a strategic access key. An access key that brings them further into the world of STEAM, that promotes access to various opportunities, whether it be scholarships, exchange programs, A myriad of possibilities exist when multilingualism comes into play. My study investigates how foreign language acquisition influences Jamaican students, specifically at the tertiary level. Now, I chose a qualitative case study design to capture the personal experience of 6 modern language students majoring in French and Spanish who have lived these experiences and have personally benefited from opportunities that arose on their journey to fluency in French and Spanish. My sampling was purposive, as aforementioned. The students traveled to the mother countries and they were beneficiaries of a myriad of opportunities. An open-ended questionnaire was used and the data was analyzed using the thematic approach. Now, this selected approach was extremely effective as it promoted students to provide reflective responses that delved into their personal experiences. Upon analyzing the data collected, 5 key themes emerged, and these key all told one important story. Language learning is not simply academic, it is transformative. It is? Transformative. Excellent. Now, the most prominent themes were access to opportunities, because many students reported that they gained access to scholarships, exchange programs, and even professional job opportunities that were once inaccessible before they started this specific pursuit. Another report was that they had an increase in self-confidence, as well as they reported enhanced communication skills. Students were reshaped by learning these languages. They became more confident, they were more expressive and more willing to participate. Here I am today. Perhaps most significantly, students began to see themselves beyond Jamaica. Their mindset has been reformed, and now they're imagining their future beyond our Jamaican horizons. Now, as a popular psycholinguist, Frank Smith said, one language sets you in a corridor, but more than one language opens doors along that corridor. In essence, multilingualism did not just open doors. It changed the doors which students believed they had access to walk through. Now, as a society, if we continue to treat foreign language learning as secondary, we risk preparing students for a world that no longer exists. But if we decide to embrace it and use it as a tool for global mobility, we are not just teaching the language. We are expanding possibilities, particularly in STEAM fields, where communication is just as effective as the technical skills these young professionals need. Thank you very much.
Very good. Excellent. Excellent.
Merci, merci.
Très bien, très bien.
Merci.
All right, thank you so much. Lavigne is a third-year student, and we thank her for her pitch. We now invite our lecturers from the Professional Studies Department, Miss Penn Silvera, and Miss Hutchinson, to do their 5-minute pitch. The presentation will be loaded on screen.
All right. Please join me in singing this little verse. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. Have no fear for atomic energy. None of them can. Good afternoon, everyone. Bob Marley wrote the words to this song that we just sung in 1980. He was not talking about artificial intelligence, AI. But in 2026, 46 years later, these words are ringing true. Today, we are watching a generation of students handing over their minds, their thinking, their writing, their reasoning to AI. Students, is it because you are lazy? Is it? Is it because you don't care? Lecturers, is it because we have handed them a crutch and never taught them how to walk without it? So herein lies our research. Emancipate the mind, pre-service teachers' use of artificial intelligence and the implications for academic integrity. Marley also sang, "Have no fear for atomic energy." In this generation, AI is this generation's atomic energy. AI is powerful. AI is misunderstood. It is feared by institutions and yet completely unleashed in every student's pocket. The problem is not that students here and everywhere are using AI. The problem is that some students have become totally dependent on it to the point where they are submitting 100% AI-generated assignments. Any guilty persons in here? I hope not. Students are using AI instead of thinking for themselves. And we as educators and researchers, as Bob Marley said, just stand aside and look. So our research, the purpose of our research will be to ask these three questions. Why are students so dependent on AI? How are they using it? And what can be done to help them to use it with integrity? The significance of this study lies in the fact that if we do not understand why students depend on AI, we cannot address the problem. The route of banning AI will not work. Do you agree? What is needed and what this research will give is evidence-based strategies that teach students to use AI as a tool, not simply as their co-author or ghost writer. So we will be applying a mixed methodology approach with qualitative and quantitative questionnaires and focus groups engaging both students and lecturers. The research will be guided by the academic integrity theory, the social cognitive theory by Bandura, and the technology acceptance model.
Currently, there are many assumptions as to why it is that our pre-surface teachers appear to be heavily dependent on AI to complete academic tasks. This dependence is not peculiar to Shortwood or even Jamaica, but it's regional and indeed an international issue. We believe that data should lead to clear decisions which will ultimately help us to actions that can support students' better utilization of AI. And so our research proposes to do just that. What are the implications? We believe that there are many implications for our various stakeholders, namely the students, educators, institutions, and governments. The value to the students is, of course, increased self-awareness, which will help them to improve their learning. And to our college lecturers, we believe that we will now have data to help, as was said earlier, interestingly, to redesign assignments that encourage and enable students to use AI as a support tool, not as a hired pen. So AI as a support, and they will also be able to create interventions, that's our fellow colleagues. We believe that the data collected, the findings, will help them to create interventions for students to scaffold their transition to more ethical AI usage. We also think that policymakers at institutions and in government agencies like the MOE will also be able to use the data to find and to create improved, fair AI policies. And that this will position Jamaica not just as a consumer, but a contributor to the global conversation on the ethical use of AI in education. Oops, pardon me. All right, so that is what we propose to do in our research, which is beginning right now. And so what we're asking you to do, as you go around, you will be seeing some QR codes posted. We're asking students to participate in the research by clicking on the QR code and answering the questions. Thank you so very much.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Hutchinson and Ms. Spence-Silvera. We are a little beyond time. It's lunchtime, and we want to thank all of you for staying until this time. You have roughly 25 minutes for lunch, and then we get back here for plenary 2 with the workshop sessions on AI and action research. Thank you so much. Do enjoy your lunch, and we come back at 1:45. The exhibition hub is next door. You can take a look at the booth. Thank you.
Check, check. 1, 2.
We are here live at the research day, and now we are looking at the booths. Now we have the human ecology, which you just have seen, and now we go over to the language arts department. Good afternoon. So, remember, you're on camera. So I just want you to tell us a little bit about the language arts department, and if you want, you can get into your research as well. I want to know a little bit about your department, your display, and if you want, you can get into your research as well.
All right, so first, the language arts department, we want students to realize that they're more just beyond language, right? And that we can explore more than just the term English by itself, right? And we have some students, mainly students in Jamaica, who doesn't love literature. And we want students to be in their own mindset while exploring literature. Because literature is about you, in your own world, exploring different corners of what you are thinking, how can this go, and, you know, different genres and how. So here we have the drama, here we have frameworks, here we have different lecturers who compile together and compile their research. So yeah, it's very good.
Thank you. Very, very insightful. I love what is going on right here. And now we come over to the science and environmental education. So it is quite interactive. A lot is going on. Come closer. All right, so can you tell us a little bit about your booth and what is going on here? I see some wires, I see some electronics, and just tell us what is going on right here.
All right, so what we have here is a Norgate. We're looking at physics, electronics as a branch. So what they were trying therefore is to figure out what two buttons would allow this light to light up. So if you press them singularly, different LED lights is what they're called, will light up. But if you press two combinations, so you're searching, and they would have selected these two, and as you can see, the red light would pop up. So we're just displaying a small branch of physics, which is electronics.
All right, so you said a small branch of physics. What about biology? What about chemistry? Where do those fall?
So we have biology right here, where we can see Mr. Salmon explaining to the students. So we're looking at tissue culture, where we're explaining now how you can use a small tissue from a plant, you place it in a specific solution, and you can grow the plant from that. So there are different stages, and you can move from there. Yes.
Thank you. Very, very, very informative. Okay. So right now we are at the TIP booth, and when I hear about finance, when I hear about money, yeah, I hear about TIP. But tell us a little bit more about what is TIP, what do you do, and also how you can help with education.
Good day. So TIP is a financial institution for educators where we offer insurance, savings, and loans to those persons. And we mention educators, it's not just teachers, it's also the AXIL and the admin staff. So we have insurance where they can insure themselves, their family in case of any accident or illness, you know, where the money will be coming from to give them a peace of mind. We also have a wide range of saving products, whether it be normal savings or long-term savings, so they can save to whatever goals they may have in life. We also offer loans, whether it be a car loan, mortgage, personal loans, education loan, basically a loan for anything. So we are like a one-stop shop for educators.
Thank you, Tip. I love that it is a one-stop shop. Anything that you need in regards to education, savings, anything of that sort, Tip is your friendly society. So let us move on to the research development area where we see a lot of things going on. So, all right, we're going to zoom in and to hear what she is saying.
Okay, hi, should I start over? Oh, we're finished.
Start again.
I'll start over since you just came and you just came and you just came. Okay, hi, I'm Abby. This is a project that Selena and I did. Selena's over there dealing with Stakeholder. Oh, she's coming. So this is our project on which trending product retains the most. Sorry. Yeah, which trending product retains the most. Now, a little backstory as to why we chose this topic. Now, we first wanted to help women to choose which trending product. We wanted women to know which product is better to use because period poverty is a rampant thing, and there are an overwhelming amount of products to choose from, which are expensive because, for example, tampons and pads, the sanitary napkins, they cost at least like $2,000 a box, and we do not have the time nor the money to experiment. Now, to decide which topic to choose, we first asked women of various backgrounds, ages. Some attend Shortwood. The question, what matters more, the retention of the menstrual products or the integrity of companies? Because companies, they lie. They say, hey, my product absorbs X amount of blood, but instead they absorb A, and we don't need that. However, majority pick the retention. They don't really care about the company, just want to know, hey, this won't mess me up, this absorb as much blood as possible. So that was the topic we choose from. Now, because for an ease in getting data and also lack of errors, we chose tampons. Because it will involve too much manipulation of the synthetic blood. So we use tampons. We place the tampons in synthetic blood for 4 hours. And the blood is made of cherry-flavored syrup. Oh yeah, I forgot to say water, cornstarch, and cocoa powder. The cornstarch acts as a thickening agent. I'm sure that's what used to make gravy, and that's important because when women menstruate, the blood is not runny and liquidy. It coagulates, and there's a lot of clots. And we use cocoa powder because when blood reacts with oxygen, it oxidates, and it gives us this very dark, ugly color that we see when we look at the mess that we produce. Yes, so we use Playtex and Tampax. Now my question to you is, which one do you think held on to the most blood? Which one do you think absorbed the most blood, Playtex or Tampax? Okay. Okay, so it looks like a team of Tampax. All right, wonderful. Oh, and just to explain, this is Playtex. This is Playtex Easy Glide, and this is Tampax Pearl. They're both of regular absorption, and the Glide and the Easy Glide and the Pearl, it's referring to the applicator because back then women used to have to use cardboard to insert this in the vagina. I don't know about you, but I don't want to do that. That sounds very uncomfortable and like a sensory nightmare. So this is more comfortable and a more sensory-friendly experience. probably saves money because can you imagine you're having your menstrual cycle and it's cardboard and it just absorbs the blood and you can't use it again. Like, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So now companies are starting to use this material as applicators. So there and I want to can I show the results? So Playtex absorb more blood, but Tampax, we recommend Tampax because Tampax holds on to it more. So immediately after you took out the Playtex after 4 hours, it leaked. And if women were to use that, that means they'll mess themselves or probably have to buy a cider napkin addition, which means more money, which we don't have. So use Tampax. It will not absorb as much as Playtex, but to at least hold on to the blood because of its engineering design. Okay, and thank you. Goodbye.
Very informative, and it's just something so sentimental to know that period poverty is something that is really affecting so many different persons. We have the heritage site right here, however, it's empty at the moment. So we're coming over to the professional studies department, and here we have all right, so right now we have the publishing or the library. We have a variety of books right here talking about research, talking about education, and it's so informative, talking about AI, information literacy, etc. And you should definitely come over to the library and give it a look. So moving on, we are going over to the Jamaica Publishing House Limited. So I am seeing a lot of books right here from high school, etc. But let the professional talk about this. So tell us some more about the Jamaica Publishing House.
Oh, hi, good day. I'm Prudence Graham-Burrell. Currently, we have books for early childhood, primary and secondary schools. We get the Ready to Learn series here. We have some new publications too, which is the Adventure and Exploration Social Studies. That's for high schools. We have physics here. We also have the food and nutrition here. And this is our new upcoming book as well, Civics for grades 4 to 6. We have our math book, 4 to 6 is a textbook as well. And these are our books for the primary level. These are our books for our primary level. So I will just come around just to tell you a little bit more about our books. We have books here for history. These are several books in the series. We have our readers here. And I must also say that we are encouraging the teachers in general to write for the Jamaica Publishing House because the Ministry of Education needs some books. We need like language arts for grades 1 to 6. We need science for grade 4 to 6. We need office administration. And there are other books that we need, textbook and workbooks. So contact the Jamaica Publishing. The JTA owns the Jamaica Publishing House. And we are encouraging teachers in particular to support the Jamaica Publishing House. They can always reach us at 876-967-3866 or 876-402-4028. And they can also visit us on Instagram and Facebook page at the Jamaica Publishing House Limited. And if there's anything at all they need to, just contact us. And as you say, that the JTA owns a publishing house, and we offer a variety of books. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, and I believe that reading is fundamental. So let us go over to where it really begins, which is the early childhood department. So right now I see flowers, I see paintbrushes, all of that going on, and I'm just intrigued to know what exactly is going on. So tell us a bit more about what we have going on here, the science, STEM, all of that, definitely.
Hi, welcome to the Department of Early Childhood Education. And today we're showcasing how we've reimagined STEAM in early childhood education, integrating play-based and culturally responsive practices for the future. So what we have done is a presentation of a conceptual paper designed by the Early Child Department's team. What we realized is that many times we have a misunderstanding of STEAM as something that is very expensive, right? And so we recognize that we do believe that STEAM education is important, but in terms of the application of it. And so what we're showcasing today is that through a very culturally relevant context, such as using a theme from the early childhood curriculum, plants, right? We see where STEAM education can come to life, really. So here we have students being able to engage in science through just picking up leaves in their surroundings, examining their structures using a microscope, watching the assimilation of the growth of a pea seed using a device. Want to highlight this activity here. It's a STEAM challenge. Students can be engaged in it as early as 4 years old. And so this activity, for example, challenges students to, this one, design a bridge using materials in the environment. And through this activity, for example, children are engaged in the engineering design process where they create and test their creations and even improve on their creations. We have other activities here showcasing art in a very culturally relevant way. So this display this afternoon today is really reminding us that STEAM education is not disconnected from what we are already doing. It is grounded in theoretical perspectives of constructivism and play-based learning, which really forms the foundation of early childhood education. So theoretical foundations, culturally relevant practices, and the accessibility of materials, as we see here, can equate to meaningful STEAM-engaged practices.
Check, check. Check, check. All right, good afternoon, everyone. We are going to begin our plenary session 2, and this is where we will have rich discussion on AI and ethics, looking at AI with boundaries, followed by action research. I will now invite our moderator, Dr. Gale, for the first session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know we're a few here, but I know that we are scattered elsewhere as it's being streamed and we have persons in our exhibition hub. And so we are going to get right into our session on AI and ethics. AI with boundaries, ethics, integrity, and the future of research. And we have an esteemed colleague in education with us today to share with us, Dr. Darian Henry. Allow me just to give you a brief overview of Dr. Henry as he comes to share, and I'm going to do this as quickly as possible to maximize the time we have for discussion. So Dr. Henry is the principal of the Montego Bay Community College and a nationally respected voice in school leadership and tertiary education. Over the years, he has led major institutional transformation, first at Cumberland High School and now at Montego Bay Community College, guiding improvement in complex environments and strengthening systems, culture, and performance. He currently chairs the Legislative and Governance Technical Committee of the Jamaica Tertiary Education Commission and contributes to national conversations on quality assurance, policy reform, TVET, and the future of tertiary education. Dr. Henry also chairs the Board of Management of the Landilo School of Special Education and is a member of the working group of the University of the West Indies Caribbean Center for Educational Planning. His doctoral research at Temple University focused on leadership preparation, and he continues to write and speak on resilience, crisis leadership, technology in education, and the advancement of TVET. A recipient of the Prime Minister's Medal of Appreciation for Service to Education, Dr. Henry also serves as an adjunct lecturer at the University of the West Indies, Mona. Before entering education leadership, he built a distinguished career in media, becoming the youngest Jamaican to win a National Journalism Award at the age of 17. Dr. Henry holds a Doctor of Education from the Temple University and advanced degrees in Leadership in TVET and Workforce Development, Education, and Media and Communications. He remains deeply committed to the power of technical and vocational education to transform lives and communities. Ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome our presenter, Dr. Henry.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm not seeing the clicker, so I'm assuming. I'm not seeing it here. I'm assuming it will make its way. But in the interest of time, good afternoon to those who are here in your numbers and those who are in the virtual space as well, who are across the research day. Let me first congratulate the leadership of Shortwood Teachers College for hosting this auspicious event. As a college principal from the West, I'm also jealous. I love research days and very delighted and honored to have been invited to be one of the plenary speakers. It's my third research day at a college, so I feel real honored to be here this afternoon. The topic of import this afternoon is becoming well known to us. It has percolated in all aspects of our society. It's called AI. It's almost becoming rice and peas. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. It's almost becoming rice and peas. You know, I was talking to Professor Roof earlier, just casually talking to her. And it appears my phone was listening to me. And I sat down at my seat and I opened LinkedIn. Who you think came up? Professor Roof. And then I saw Nadine Malloy coming up. And then Elaine Foster Allen coming up. So the AI in your integrated technologies, they smell everything around you, literally. So AI is well integrated into our everyday space, but this afternoon's conversation, which I'll take you through for the next 20 or so minutes, is looking at AI with boundaries, this whole notion of ethics and integrity, and particularly at the tertiary levels of the system, it's becoming far more of a prominent discussion to be had. College students are using it. Lecturers are using it. The college students will know as well. But the raw fact of it is that AI has become a mainstay in our lives. So the conversation this afternoon is about the boundaries, the ethics associated with AI. The truth is, colleagues, we are at an important intersection. Intelligence is becoming non-human. Just think about that for a second. It is about AI entering a certain space, a certain decision-making domain that was once we thought was exclusively human. But the question is, how do we propagate the judgment between holding human values, right, and balancing that with what is digital algorithm? As I said before, AI has become extremely embedded. Professor Roof is here. Professor Roof, I was telling them that earlier when I was talking to you innocently, I came back to my seat and opened my phone, and there your picture came up on LinkedIn. So AI is deeply embedded in educational communities, research communities, and in the institutional contexts around us. And it is shaping the knowledge economy. And it is doing so at an astronomical rate as it is. So it is producing knowledge, yes. It is evaluating work, and it is defining what is called expertise. So whereas in the past, we were domains of expertise as humans, the AI space has entered the chat, so to speak. And this kind of transformation, ladies and gentlemen, demands that we have to establish what? Boundaries. Because as I established earlier, it is well embedded in our lives. You cannot extricate yourselves from it, so you have to live with it. But my intended argument is that there has to be boundaries that govern the frameworks as to how we eschew the use of AI as it stands. Why is this conversation important? One second, before I go here. Why is the conversation important, ladies and gentlemen? Education is one of those vehicles that AI is living in, and it has taken up permanent residence, so to speak. So in the education space, AI is reshaping knowledge. Knowledge that is how it is produced, how it's evaluated, and how it's shared. But importantly, it is also defining authorship. So if you put a prompt in ChatGPT or Claude, and it produces a letter or produces a sample of an assignment, is it yours? So traditional notions of intellectual ownership, and Professor Roof can give you reams of lectures on this one, and original work, they are being changed fundamentally. So I want you to understand that. And this is why the ethical imperative is so important, ladies and gentlemen. So new integrity concerns demands around institutional governance frameworks. I remember a few years ago when I was at Temple studying, and there was a rush around AI, and Temple in Pennsylvania, they were struggling at the time to come up with the best practice policy approach as to how to govern doctoral students. I gather they have now a well-established framework. But institutions are now scrambling, and I expect that Shortwood, Montego Bay, every institutions, particularly at the tertiary level, which are going towards a research-oriented environment to ensure that there is established ethical and governance frameworks. Because the question is no longer whether AI will transform education and research, because what? It is already happening. The critical issue, however, is how will we guide the ethical clarity? I want you to write down that little term there. Ethical clarity as it stands. No. What's the reality facing us now? AI has a certain degree of confidence. As you put a prompt in, it charts out a response to you. And the outputs appear to be highly credible. Remember, the algorithms are created by humans. They are LLMs. They are large language models. So they appear to be human. But the outputs in many instances blur the line of credibility. So here are some of the realities. The generative capabilities, because it produces mass amounts of information and text and audio, you still cannot guarantee its veracity. There is no true understanding, despite these immersive inputs, that AI lacks genuine comprehension. Even the most recent of the iterations. AIs are data dependent. The systems are very dependent on human-generated training, and this opens the window for what? Bias. For what? Bias. But here is an uncomfortable truth. While the technologies, which are so immersive, they are flawed as they are fundamentally, they are improving. A report emerged recently out of California, Professor Roof. They spoke about the sandbox at not OpenAI, the other competing company. Slips my name right now. And it is so powerful. They put Anthropic, thank you very much, right. Now what they did was to house the most advanced version of the most cutting edge technology in a sandbox. A sandbox is it's like a sandbox. You put the technology inside of it without any internet capabilities. I have to make it as granular as that. And it found its way out of the sandbox without any internet capabilities. So the real truth before us is that while the integrated technologies around AI is flawed, it's improving. Can you imagine 20 years from now what AI integrated technologies will look like. What will a college lecture look like? What will a lecturer at the University of the West Indies look for in a college environment in 30 years' time with well-advanced IA integrated technologies? And this is where we have some issues. So while we do have the promise of AI, and some of them are being integrated more and more, we at Mobecom College, Professor Roof, we're still writing out how we want AI to be fully integrated in student administration, testing some things and theories. But as it stands now, there are some tensions in education. And this is where the real issues are. Because AI is bypassing thinking, and this is where the scare is for educators and for students. So the challenge now is that our students aren't thinking anymore. When they go into a group, it's a challenge. Group work is a challenge in the classroom now. So they may use AI to skip critical thinking, an important bedrock in the teaching learning process, and generating answers without developing the understanding for it. And some student teachers are here and they're also viewing as well. And I want you to listen to me quite carefully. The second one is what concerns me as well. The over-reliance on AI. And I hope, Professor Roof, I hope you and Shortwood, you're doing the studies. We have to understand how it's really impacting the pedagogical skills of our students. The skills erosion, the over-reliance, how much of that is weakening the intellectual capabilities, the analytical capabilities, and importantly, the problem-solving capabilities. And then there is the authenticity crisis, difficulty distinguishing AI and human work. I was grading some papers. I keep calling Professor Roof. He's a mentor, you know, so stay with me. I was grading some papers recently. I teach some master students at EV. And I was grading some papers and I have to push everything through Turnitin just to make sure. And I read everything, but they knew my stance already. And UWI, they have a very strict policy as it relates to the use of AI. But as a lecturer, as a teacher, you still have to hold your students accountable to ensure that they're doing authentic work and they're building capabilities as they are. And then this one, the cognitive disengagement, reduced mental effort, mental laziness, the instant provision of answers. College students, be careful of this one. Be very wary, because studies have now proven that it impairs long-term knowledge retention. It has been proven. And then there is the literacy gap. These are some of the tensions that exist. Students and teachers we need stronger digital literacy to critically evaluate AI content. So forums like these, discussions like these, it raises a specter of understanding the real tensions associated with it. These tensions are not the reasons, though, to reject AI all out. But as you realize, they call for institutions at all levels to look at ways of preserving education as it stands. Colleagues, the core ethical tensions, though, and I place them right there. AI for us is not a technical issue. It's a moral one, and it requires ethical reasoning. And I put some juxtapositions before you. What are they? Truth versus plausibility, authorship versus assistance, equity versus access, because it raises all sorts of questions around that, transparency, and I'm going to touch on this one shortly, that black box I hinted at earlier. Who is really behind it? And responsibility, or automation as it is. Colleagues, let's look at this one quite quickly. AI-generated content presents fundamental challenge for academic integrity because, as we reinforced earlier, it generates plausible but potentially false information that appears to be authentic. And the risk associated with that is that without instituted verification protocols, misinformation perpetuates the space. And a response to this is that we have to ensure to embed verification skills, identifying sources, critical thinking, and all of that. Quickly, on authorship and assistance, it presents the challenge as it relates to, as I mentioned before, the verification, and as I mentioned before, the importance of including verification skills as they are. But let me quickly talk about the access and equity. The provision of more technology does not mean that our population is getting greater access. It does not mean greater access, because many of these capabilities require payment. Let me see the hands of those who pay for the monthly subscription of ChatGPT. It's $20 US. Madam Burrell, yes? Your research of it. Come on, I need the truth tellers inside here. $20. Claude is $20 US. Quillbot? Is that what you pay for Quillbot? No. Good. No. I guess some of us are in a certain income bracket to afford the subscription-based applications as they are. But it means that the haves and the have-nots are dividing. And those who could access the capabilities are left behind as they are. So we struggle with that. There are financial barriers, and these continue to widen. And institutions do have a duty as well to ensure that there are inclusive policies as they are, as we develop those boundaries. Now, let me talk a little bit about the black box. The what? The black box. Now, in 2022-23, there was an explosion of information around AI. It took over TikTok and everybody was talking about it and everybody marveled. But I questioned for a moment because there was limited explanation as to how it came about. I hear some Christians say it's the mark of the beast. And the question is, why does this matter? When decisions, when prompts and answers and responses are given but cannot be explained, trust becomes a major concern. And the truth be told, for us in the academic community, academic work requires transparency and accountability. However, at the same time, AI systems often provide neither. And this is what jeopardizes the integrity process. And this is where ethical auditing and the explainability becomes so important. And as I mentioned before, ladies and gentlemen, the technology, while flawed now, is expected to improve over time. The automation paradox in AI means that while systems can produce the information on rapid, the ethical responsibility for decisions rests with who? Us. We're the ultimate intelligence, us. And that's why institutions must establish clear frameworks for the use of AI. Because unclear accountability, it can lead to multiplicity of issues. For example, multiple actors involved in AI systems make responsibility very difficult. You can't track. Over-reliance and human oversight must be clearly defined as it is. Now, why is academic integrity under so much pressure? Now, because AI can produce full assignments. In fact, I never knew it can produce research papers. No, I didn't even know. Like, you put in some prompts and it produces quote-unquote authentic research work. Now, I thought I was ahead of the curve in understanding the AI thing. Because a few years ago, it didn't have that capability. But now it can. But if you go to places like UWI, they have layers and layers and layers of systems to check and recheck and check to make sure that it is your work. So traditional evaluation methods are no longer sufficient because the systems have become so exponential. Systems must change to meet that kind and match that kind of demands as well. Quickly, I know my time is running. Now, the implications for us as educators, as I wind on quickly, we have to be in a different space now. I know for us as teachers, as educators, we can be so adorned to one way of thinking. When I left Michael many years ago, there was a way of thinking about pedagogy. It has transformed. Yeah? Redesigning how assessments are done, creating evaluations that measure critical thinking. At my son's school in particular, they removed the AI capability. My son have a busting brain. I said, yes, I love that, because the teachers are catching on. Integrating responsibility, teaching students how to use AI ethically as a research and learning tool. Build the literacy around AI, and that's important as well. Strengthen the policies, as I mentioned earlier, because updating academic integrity frameworks, they address some of the specific challenges. Ensure equity, because supporting institutional efforts to provide equal access to AI digital tools is ultimately important. Promoting ethics in the school community as it is. Encouraging responsible and transparent use of the technology in all of academic work as it is. Now, I'm not going to spend too much time here about its future, because as I hinted earlier, AI can now produce full academic studies. Full academic studies, but as it stands now, you can, I know there is this I think it's Note LLM. I heard about it. You can upload some PDF academic work in it, and it can produce literature review, like real hardcore literature. But how does that benefit the researcher? When you did not take the time to synthesize the work, because research takes that level of understanding, that level of synthesis, that level that goes even beyond critical thinking. So that's where we are as it stands. The challenge for institutions, though, is to harness its capabilities while maintaining scholarships and standards. We have to rethink. So while we embrace AI systems, there are some things that must not change as we create the boundaries. A commitment to truth, an unwavering dedication to evidence-based knowledge, authentic as it is, critical thinking, ethical reasoning, original inquiry, because that's going to help to resolve and solve problems. Scholarly rigor, and that's self-explanatory, and importantly, human responsibility, ensuring that we embrace accountability for the creation of knowledge as they are. Colleagues, as I wrap up, there are many implications before us. There are many things to think about before us. But importantly, what is important that we have to think about as I end the presentation, we must ensure that we embrace a human-centered future in building those boundaries. Research will be shaped by human choices, not by digital algorithm. We must ensure that. Ethics first. We must ensure that we embed moral frameworks to guide how we implement the use and the ethical use of AI. Create essential boundaries, clear limits that protect academic integrity. Because today is shaping research tomorrow. Current decisions that we make about AI integration will determine what happens in 30 years' time. And central judgment, human evaluation, must remain irreplaceable. Ladies and gentlemen, I stop here. I thank you so much for your time and attention. My references, thank you.
All right, colleagues, this is our time now to engage briefly with Dr. Henry. If you have questions related to the presentation, thoughts, comments, I invite you now to share. I see the students looking around. All right, I see a hand.
Good afternoon, Dr. Henry.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your presentation. I quite enjoyed it. I'm not sure if I have a question, a thought, a concern. I don't know what it is, but I trust you to help me to pick it apart.
That's fine.
You mentioned a few things, and you talked about the fact that the AI is flawed but improving.
Yes.
That at this current point in our existence, it is the least advanced version of the AI. And I think that is the part that concerns me, because my fear is that within another year or two, I think you mentioned 20 years, but I'm thinking 1 or 2 years, the AI, we may become the AI, and the AI may become the human intelligence. And I say that because recently I was engaging with a few students who had submitted an assignment. Brilliant students. And apparently the assignment for 2 of them was flagged to be very high in terms of the use of the AI. And the students were expressing that they had not used any AI. And they did not know how to reframe and, kind of tweak so that it did not resemble so much of an AI to be so highly flagged. And the student said to me, Madam, I feel like I'm going to have to dumb down my work for it not to seem like AI. That for me is worrying, because if these are strong students who you know are capable of expressing themselves very well, what safeguards do we have against this kind of, plagiarism? So
yes, I wouldn't categorize it as plagiarism per se. Thank you for the reflections and the comments there. Much to digest and ruminate. Let me take the first part of it first. We're using more advanced systems now. Yes, the systems will propagate in its capabilities in short order. And if you realize the strength of it, the capabilities of it, it goes hand in hand with the preponderance of social media and everybody having access to devices. It goes hand in hand, And for those who don't know, AI has been around since 1969. The Japanese were quite critical in developing that. But the US government, I don't know if you know, the US government is perhaps one of the most advanced spenders in research and development as it is. There are more advanced capabilities of AI now. You're just feeling the tip of the iceberg. But as society evolves, because society demands way more, as society evolves, the education space will also have to evolve with it as well. And that's why those accountability systems are so important. I'm glad you raised the point about the student who submitted work which seemed to be flagged because it mirrors the use of AI. In building your systems of integrity and checks and so on, you have to make sure that it has foolproof mechanism to give the students the benefit of the doubt. It is true, and there have been lawsuits in the United States that parents have brought the schools to court to say, this is my child's work, and this is the proof that this is my child's work. I'm saying to students, once you are ethical in what you do and you can prove, then the lecturer, through the institution's own framework, they must give you the benefit of the doubt. Now, when my students, I mean, UWI has a 20% policy, no more than 20% as it stands. Now, 80% of the time, I don't check for it, but I'll randomly check, and most times students stay below. What I do find is that if you are upfront with your policy, if you're upfront with your expectation, students will work with it. Not true, students? Not true. They will work with you. You have to be upfront. But as the educator, we have to have the finesse. We have to have finesse. I know some of us can be really tough and hard. It's AI, so it's wrong bang, and you get 0 and all of that. But we have to transpose ourselves in a different space now, because the landscape is changing so much. You want students to develop certain capabilities, but at the same time, you want to subject them to real, authentic work. So the systems must work. So the institution systems, and you're a lecturer, you must be a part of those systems as well. And you must have a master key to what's happening externally as well. Final point on it. I find that sometimes us as educators, we close ourselves in a space. You see, this AI, it caught us off guard, because many of us say, we say it's a mark of the beast, when the learning tool is making its way all over. So we have to subject ourselves to ongoing professional development, ongoing dialogue, research day, conversations around this is real and good. So I say, give the student the benefit of the doubt, but ensure that the systems work. All right? Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if it's a question either, but earlier today when they were talking about the research and all of that, I was looking at the fact that even when we're doing research, we still don't have that much access to materials to really use to actually see, because they're always behind some firewalls or some pay that you have to see to actually read the full document of these things.
Yes.
Majority of the time, the students will now put these documents into the AI, and the AI gives you some sort of like summary of what the information is. Then, in regards to the AI, how do you tell that, as an institution, how are we helping them to understand how is it that we use the AI to help us to do our research, not just to do the research for us?
Yes.
Because most time they want them to do it for us, but as an assistant and as a guidance to just say, all right, you do this, and then they can now go and pull from these researches, but at the same time, we don't have access.
Yes.
We don't have access to actually see the researches that are there, so we can actually read them and understand from our perspective of what it is that we can put into our research that we are doing.
Yes.
We don't have that access.
Well,
how do we go about it?
Well, the question of access, I mean, as an institution, you should be part of the major research databases that are available. So access shouldn't be a big issue, so to speak. The truth is that, yes, you have students who want to go beyond the scope, and they go to certain sites and they are paid for and all of that. They aren't paid. Well, that raises access equity issues as it stands. I just want to piggyback on the point that was made that your institution systems, that is what create the management, the boundary. Your systems must tell you how far to go and what to do and what are the expectations. So everybody in the institution must know. Lecturers must know what the policy is. Students must know what the policy is. So there is no incongruence about what are the expectations around what the research should be and all of that. All right? But the policies of the institution, I cannot stress it more, in creating those boundaries for AI, the systems that you put in place, absolutely important. All right? Thank you for the question.
All right,
There's another question.
I see one hand from a Year 4 student.
Hi, good afternoon. So you mentioned that the systems have to be in place and that the system used to measure how much AI is in use has to be in place. However, the question that I have is, how are the systems exactly set up? Like, what are the standards for the systems Because if it is that we're using systems in college that are flagging grammar and vocabulary use, that is not really giving a true reflection of AI, because I am taught to use a specific jargon.
Yes.
And as a English major, I am shown different grammar rules and I use them in my writing. So if I'm being flagged for using M dashes that my lecturer just taught me to use yesterday, it cannot be that my work that I sat with no Wi-Fi access to write is going to be flagged as 13%, 20% AI when I didn't even have access to AI to use it.
Fair enough. There's a fair point. Well, I'm going to answer it in two ways. One, remember the technologies associated with artificial intelligence are human-driven. They're human-generated language models. So those M-dashes you talk about, the style of writing. See, AI systems are trained. It's like when you go to class and they train you. That's how they train the systems, with large amounts of data. So the way how humans write, the systems will mimic the responses as they are. And I have to stress the point that your institutional framework, your accountability systems must have enough elasticity and flexibility to flag a student, yes, who has utilized, but also identify an authentic student who has produced work in an authentic way, excellent work, and should be judged as such. So the truth is, the system, both here and overseas, we're still learning how to grapple and walk with AI as educators, you know. We're still grappling. And so we have to generate the accountability framework, and we make them as flexible in such a time like this. I made the point earlier that I can just imagine what the classroom will look like in 30 years. I'm just imagining just 30 years from now. Yes, 2 years from now, yes, a lot will change. But just think 30 years down the road. It means that pedagogy will have to be advanced and adjusted accordingly. In the very same way, institutions like mine, Shortwood, everyone, they have to adjust accordingly. When I was going to UWI years ago, they never had an AI policy, but they have one now. But they give you a ceiling, no more than 20%. So there's no question about the use of M dash and the use of A and the use of B and so on. So institutional policies and frameworks are so important in creating those boundaries.
Thank you.
You wanted to ask another question?
A follow-up comment?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So you have said that there are advancements in AI in the recent years, and through my own research I would have seen that, and there are some systems out there that do have or claim to have the ability to show the writing processes. So you enter the documents and they show you where there are big jumps of copy and paste and the writing processes, mistakes taken out, all of the tracking information basically that our writing systems would have had. Is that the current, if you know that is that the current AI detection systems use systems like that, or are they completely different?
All right, so when I was going to university years ago, we used to use Turnitin. I don't know, the oldsters among us, show your hands. Good. Now, can you imagine a Turnitin 20 years ago? That does not say my age, please. Just imagine Turnitin 20 years ago. And Turnitin has spent a lot of money to develop its systems in response to what many institutions want. They want support in helping lecturers and students to identify authentic and inauthentic work. So Turnitin, as you know, it's a major system that's used by most institutions. It is not going to change anytime soon. As I mentioned before, how your institution embrace, how your lecturers embrace it, what are the expectations as they are, will determine largely how students will interact with it. I'm going to reiterate again, and I have to use UWI because I'm used to the system. They have a threshold. The question is at Shortwood, what's the threshold? So that's one measure of determining institutional or the framework, the accountability framework or the policy that you institute to safeguard its use in the teaching learning process. All right, no problem.
Thank you
All right,
very
thank
much.
you.
Unfortunately, we're going to have to suspend the dialogue. And I say suspend because when we're talking AI and when we're talking about AI in education, it is going to be a perpetual conversation. And so I'm going to, on behalf of those gathered here and in cyberspace, thank our presenter, Dr. Darian Henry, for his thought-provoking presentation, and I'm sure you're going to harass him at some point thereafter, after he leaves here. But thank you so much for continuing the conversation, stirring the pot a little bit more, because I know my students will be asking further questions of me. The dumbing down, I heard it just this week as well, and so we are looking forward to how, as educators, we can ethically guide our students and for our students to use it in an appropriate way. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, in the physical and the online space. Thank you for staying with us this afternoon. Those of you who have been here from this morning, I hope and I trust that you have been thoroughly edified by the different presentations that we have had so far. Now, this afternoon, I am especially honored to introduce a very esteemed educator who is no stranger to Shortwood Teachers College and to the education system. I make reference to Professor Carmel Roof, who is going to present to us this afternoon on action research under the theme, and I have to go back and make sure I get it right, try it, break it, fix it. Action research for everyday teaching. Now, who is Professor Carmel Roof? Professor Carmel Roof is a professor of curriculum studies and the director of the School of Education at the University of the West Indies, Mona. She holds a PhD in education with specialization in curriculum development. With over 30 years of experience, and when you see her, you won't believe this part of it. You're going to think I made it up. And over 50 publications, her work continues to chronicle a combination of policy and practice solutions for the education landscape. Book publications based on empirical research conducted include Curriculum Implementation, Leadership and Equity in Education, Curriculum Struggles and Hopes in Jamaica during the post-independence era, The Lived Curriculum Experiences of Jamaican Teachers, Curere and Decolonizing Intentions, Intercultural Studies in Curriculum, Theory, Policy and Practice, a cross-cultural consideration of teacher leaders' narratives of power, agency, and school culture in England, Jamaica, and the United States. And SDG for quality education, inclusivity, equity, and lifelong learning for all. Professor Roof continues to offer her services and expertise to the development of education and allied areas within the Caribbean and internationally. And ladies and gentlemen, if you were born during my time, and I won't say when that was, get your pens and pencils and paper ready. If you're a Gen Z, get your tablets ready, because I just know she's about to drop some nuggets this afternoon. Please help me welcome Professor Roof to the podium.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be here, and I hope that I will, figure out how this works. I want to go back to, the beginning. Okay, I wasn't pressing hard enough. Kathy has set me up quite nicely, but I like to be in the trenches. My work has been in teacher education. I've walked this journey to this point, and so do not let what Kathy said just now about getting out all your implements and so on fool you. I hope I'll be able to do justice this afternoon, because when I looked at what I placed on the PowerPoint, I was saying, Carmel, it's 30 minutes, but let's try. I love the title that was used to capture this session, because it already sets us into the mind frame of what I call agentic power. It talks about the fact that we must try it, and we must not be afraid of breaking it up and then fixing it as well. So as I engage with you this afternoon, I want us to locate the action research work that we're going to be talking about, and I'm trying to help us really understand just a little bit more the process and the purposes of action research. I think all of us would have heard about action research. We would have perhaps known somebody who did action research. And I'm hoping that once I'm through, we will all appreciate the work of action research. I want to also say that within the education space, oftentimes we talk about action research as if it is not as sophisticated as other forms of research. And so I'm hoping that the conversation this afternoon will make you aware of the sophistication that can come from action research. So I'm locating action research within the context of teacher education, because that's the audience I have. And as we talk about teacher education, we're looking at two, or we could say 3 groups of people. We're looking at those who are teacher educators, meaning those who help to teach teachers to teach. We're also looking at those who are pre-service teachers, meaning those persons who are preparing to go out to teach. And then we are also looking at those persons who we consider to be teacher professionals. And these are the persons who are in our classrooms every day. Sometimes they transition to administration or to other areas of the education space. And so before we begin to engage with anything, we must understand what purposes we're seeking to achieve. What are we about? And so I want us to think about what purposes teacher education or teacher preparation should seek to serve. So let's look at teacher preparation. We're looking at those who are teacher educators, and we're looking at those who are pre-service teachers as well. So as laid out in the Joint Board of Teacher Education booklet that guides most of what we do within Jamaica, the aim of teacher preparation is to influence the development of the cognitive, which we refer to as the intellectual, to influence the emotional development. Earlier we were talking about emotional intelligence, to influence the social development, which continues to create the biggest challenge for us. And as we talk about these dimensions, we're talking also about the interrelationship amongst each of these dimensions. And so as we do that, we're seeking to develop those who we are preparing to go out there to influence students. Put it shortly, teacher preparation is about influencing others to learn to teach people how to teach, right? And in doing that, we offer to them all kinds of courses and all kinds of programs, but when you peel it back, your main responsibility, you're influencing people to teach. So how do we influence people to teach? And in influencing people to teach, you cannot focus on one dimension of the person. You have to focus on various dimensions of the individual. And so I have two colleagues, Pantic and Florian, who's saying that teacher educators then, because of this purpose, and their students must engage in purposeful acts which they know or believe will have a particular quality or outcome. In other words, both groups of persons must begin to engage individually but also collectively. You must work together to develop the experience, to develop the individual. So the classroom for the teacher educator becomes an avenue for inquiry about self, but also inquiry about students. And so if students are also to engage in purposeful acts, that would lead to certain quality outcomes. It is also important then that the students themselves are involved in experimenting, in inquiring about themselves. So let's look at a question that a teacher educator would then need to ask if the teacher educator is seeking to influence persons in learning how to teach. How do I help my students to learn how to teach? Will continuously be a question that you must ask yourself. Yeah? And that's daily. Secondly, what are the issues preventing me from helping my students to learn how to teach? Note that this is not about the student teacher fully. It's about who? The lecturer, yes. We call them lecturers, right? So it's about the individual who is called upon to do this work, questioning him or herself. How can I help my students to learn? What are the issues, if there are any, preventing me from helping my students to learn? And then, how do I help my students to understand the nature of the teaching profession? Because they're entering a teaching profession. And so I've labeled these as reflective questions. I was going to do a mind meter, but I decided let's forget that. But if you want to scan and answer, you're free to do so. The other question that the teacher educator must also think about, what are the barriers to my students learning to teach or learning how to teach? These questions are not questions that a principal is going to answer for the lecturer. These are questions that the individual must answer for him or herself. And so if the teacher educators or the lecturers have questions, it also means that the students, the pre-service teachers, will also have questions. And so if I am there to avail myself to the teaching, to help myself to learn how to teach, it means that as a pre-service teacher, I must also have questions. So the pre-service teacher may be asking, and there are several of you in the room, how do I develop the skills to learn how to teach? And that how is an interrogation of yourself. And remember earlier we talked about the intellectual development, the emotional development, the social development. So you're questioning yourself as to how am I learning or developing or trying to understand what it is that they're trying to teach me. And then importantly, what are some of the issues or what are some of the barriers preventing me from learning what my lecturers are trying to teach me? Or what are some of the barriers that are preventing me from learning about this teaching profession, which I'm going to enter into? And so the other group of persons I mentioned earlier, the teacher professional, meaning the person who is practicing daily, yes, and teaching students. So when you graduate and leave Shortwood, you become the teacher professional. And I consider myself a teacher professional. So then we need to understand what is the aim for the teacher professional. When you leave here, what's going to be your aim? And the main thing that you're working towards, or your main aim as a teacher professional, will be, how am I going to try to enhance the effectiveness of what I'm doing on a daily basis? So if we live in those worlds where we're questioning ourselves about what we're doing or what we're trying to do to ensure that we are having success for ourselves and also we're having successful student outcomes, it also means that we must think about these things. As a teacher professional, how can I become more effective in my practice? What are the barriers preventing me from being effective in my practice? Yes? So if we are engaged in that, and notice I started from the back end, we're not yet undertaking action research. We're reflecting on what it is that we are seeking to do and trying to understand the purposes that are embedded in what I am about. And so I put together this diagram that you're seeing on your screen to reflect for us if we're asking ourselves these questions, whether as a teacher educator / lecturer or as a pre-service teacher or as a teacher professional, and if you want to use in-service teachers as part of that group because you understand that language, that's also fine. In the middle of that diagram, because we're questioning self, and we're always either trying to improve or trying to work towards some kind of outcome, I have put together what I think are 4 P's that should guide our reflection. So whether we are reflecting about ourselves as an individual doing the task, or we are reflecting on other people who would make up the things that we're doing as well. Or we're reflecting on the processes that are involved in guiding us to do what it is that we need to do, or the environment, the context within which we're working, and of course the practice, because there are theories and principles that guide our practice. So people, process, place, and practice are 4 elements that we try to inquire about. Now, there are many persons who have thoughts and feelings about action research. I would have mentioned that earlier. The question for you as you think about this, as we're talking through action research, what are my own thoughts and feelings about action research? How do I feel about it? Is this something that I want to do? Is this something that I have been doing? Is this something I've been doing effectively? and so on. I want to say that there are several definitions that are used to reflect what we do when we say we're doing action research, and it's a scholarly engagement. And I want to make it that way and put it that way. We're trying to examine some kind of behavior in an effort to improve practice. It may be behavior about a thing, or it may be behavior about a person, or it may be behavior in relation to a place. So we're not just limiting behavior to people. The people who are in the lab talk about the behavior of the chemical and how that functions, right? So we're really at the heart of action research. You're always trying to improve on something, or trying to bring about a solution, or trying to bring about change. That's the reason you undertake it. If you're trying to do this, whether it be for a system or whether it be for teaching and learning engagement, you must begin from the what and the why. So all of those points I shared earlier about understanding what is the aim of teacher preparation, what are the purposes that must guide us, what's the aim for me as a teacher professional, what's the aim for me as a pre-service teacher, what are the aims that I'm working towards. We must begin from that place before we can decide to undertake a research activity in the realm of action research. Because those aims will then help us to determine perhaps what are the things we're concerned about and what are the things that we want to change. So we may be trying to make sense of what's happening with us. Earlier we spoke about AI, which is, but as I listened, and as I listened to the pitches earlier, these are ripe action research activities to probe how can we make the language, for example, help students to be global citizens, was something that was said. And this could be a partnership between a teacher educator and the student to understand the how within the context within which you're working. We talked about the use of AI. Again, this becomes a partnership between teacher educator and students, trying to understand how students are using AI and what policies we need to advocate for as a result of that. But these things come only if we begin to question what we're doing and why we're doing it. Part of that questioning is what we refer to as the critical self-awareness that guides what we do every day. So you become a critique of self, you become a critique of your practice, and you're always trying to improve. And because you're always trying to improve, and because action research is about solutions, it's about creating change, it's about improvement, it means that the evidence that you get can then be used to guide whether advocacy or guide practice or guide what needs to be done. And so action research helps us to make and implement evidence-based practices or processes or systems, right? And I'm very big on this because I think part of the advocacy that we need to engage in lies in the area of us creatively and actively taking on some of the areas of action research. Sorry, I missed something earlier that I should have spent some time talking about, which is the role that reflection plays in this process. I started out with those questions, and these are reflective questions and others that you can generate for yourself based on what you're doing and how you're doing it and what you want to do. So I share briefly, and I note the time, right, the different types of action research. So action research is not just generalized research. And at the heart of what is going to guide us and why we're doing what we're doing, that is connected to the types of action research that we can undertake. So I have on the slide 4 types, but scholars also use different names for some of them, and I'll mention that. We have what we refer to as participatory action research, and that's where I dwell most of the time, because I'm always thinking about how I can co-create with my students. I don't do so much of that now because I'm in an administrative role. But that is what I love to do. Most of the projects that I have, the research that come out for me usually starts in my classroom, engaging with students on some idea. And what Kathy didn't tell you is that she was one of my students who would have experienced some of those things. And I talk about my students as scholars. So once they come, you're a scholar coming to engage. And they use it to mock me from time to time, but that's okay. But participatory action research focuses on the lived realities. So for instance, now we're having the problem or the issue with AI. That's a lived reality that we can explore within our classrooms and also publish it, right? But not every research you want to necessarily do for publishing. And as you're engaging in those issues under participatory action research, you're actually empowering self, but you're also empowering others or others who belong to the community in which you're undertaking the research. The other area is technical action research. And I think most of us perhaps dwell between the technical action research and the practical action research when we think about types of action research. So like your principal would be interested in the technical action research to improve a system, to improve a process for the students. Maybe there's a theory that was tried over by Yui, and you then want to try it at Shortwood, and so that now becomes testing that theory to see if it can really work in the Shortwood context, or, as we like to do, to borrow ideas from overseas and test them in our space, right? So people tend to use the technical action research mainly for broader organizational development and to achieve those goals. And then we have the practical action research, and I think this is where we tend to focus our students. Those students who perhaps need to graduate and need to do this project and so on as part of the practicum experience. They may engage in the practical action research where you're really trying to come up with some kind of solution based on some learning issue that you discovered while you were engaging with the students or while you were engaging with your practicum supervisor and so on. And then the other one here, emancipatory action research. The team earlier used a song by Bob Marley. This is real advocacy. When you undertake emancipatory action research, it means that you're seeking to challenge structures and powers that you think are oppressive. And for us, we are steeped in the colonial legacy, so we have many of those things. Some people refer to this also as critical action research. So if you come across that dialogue, it's the same thing. So I thought I would share a little bit of that with us for us to understand that there are different types. And so when you decide on the what and the why you're trying to improve, you want to think through where is this going to lie? Because this then is going to help you determine the purposes that you want to work towards achieving. So I borrowed that diagram on the slide to present really what is the typical approach to action research, referred to as a cyclical approach because it may never end. You begin with a problem, you identify the problem there, and you start to think about the possibilities. And in identifying the problem, part of that as well is that you're trying to define if this is the real problem, yeah? Or if this exists somewhere else. So in identifying the problem, you may also do some research to see what's happening in the literature, to see what other people are saying about it, before you begin to decide on an action plan. Having done your research on your search and your definition and refinement, you then develop an action plan, meaning you're deciding how you're going to strategize. So you're really fact-finding sort of before you fully define what the problem is. And then you're still fact-finding as you develop your plan. And then you further probe once you decide, okay, this is what I want to explore. This is what I want to understand. You think about the ways in which you want to collect that data, as said. And once you begin to collect that data using different methods, and I'll touch on those in a little bit, you then are going to follow that through to analyze what's coming out of that data. And in analyzing what's coming out of the data you're collecting, you're going to then try to interpret what you're seeing and make your own sort of conclusions. And having decided on the conclusions that are perhaps coming out of this, you're going to go back to the problem you started out with earlier and then decide, has the problem been solved? Is there something I would want to change if I'm implementing this again? Or is there another issue that is emerging? And so the cycle may continue. I suppose in the question and answer you can also raise if you want me to further clarify. And I have a note on the side to say that this cycle is best used for those who are doing practical and typical action research. For earlier when I spoke about the participatory action research and the emancipatory action research, oftentimes it doesn't take that detail of a plan as we saw in that cycle. And that earlier cycle, you have persons like Lewin, who I think really started out this matter of action research years ago, and others have built on it. But this simple plan, act, observe, reflect. It's the same thing you're doing, but in a more concise, concretized, shortened manner that helps you to refine what you're doing. Sorry, I'm trying to get some water. So you're thinking through and you're planning, but an important part of this is your reflection. Regardless of the action research cycle you decide to use, an important part of that is to reflect. You reflect in your planning. You reflect in your acting when you're putting your plans and ideas together, but you also reflect as you're observing, as you're monitoring, as you're thinking through what needs to happen. And they're all trying to find me water. So action research can be done individually. I think I would have hinted at that earlier. Probably old age. All right, so it means that an individual can investigate an issue. You can decide that you want to improve something in your context. You don't want anybody else to participate. But this is something that can also happen collaboratively with teams of persons working together. And of course, it can be a whole school approach to action research, meaning the entire Shortwood Teachers College decide that here's a project that we want to work on, and various departments and varying students join in helping to solve that issue. The action research can be exploratory, meaning you really just want to see what is happening. You want to probe something that is happening. It doesn't mean that you must have a defined thing that you say you want to fix. So I've noticed there that it can be exploratory in nature, meaning you're really uncertain about what is happening and you probe it and try to understand it. Or it could be part of just an issue that you want, that is predefined and you want to solve it. Or it's just part of your everyday reflective practice, as we talk about the reflective practitioner. Action research also utilizes mixed methods. So there was a time when I was just starting out in the research realm, when everybody talked about action research as it has to be qualitative. No, we have long passed that. So it allows for you to use different ways and different methods of solving whatever the issue is. So you can decide you just want to do a qualitative action research where you're focusing on whether it be photographs or interviews or documents or what we call artifacts or, illustrations, etc., observations. Those are qualitative sort of things that you want to examine. But you can also have a mix of qualitative and quantitative. And I'm noticing I'm not saying quantitative only because usually when you're trying to improve something, the quantitative data alone will not help you get to the solution. So you need both the qualitative and the quantitative to support you. And you can always, if you're doing a qualitative alone, you can always seek to quantize that qualitative data. But that's maybe a different session. So hopefully maybe the questions coming later will help. So if I go back to where I started, how do we begin? We need to ask ourselves these questions. What am I interested in? Having been at Shortwood Research Day today, what are the things that piqued my interest? What are the things I'm interested in? Perhaps probing a little more, because action research is part of your everyday livity. So there's always something to research. There's always something to probe. And in that probing, is it going to be about the process of registration? How did I find it? Was it, encouraging? Was it difficult? Did it have too many layers, etc.? Or do I want to improve getting more people to come to the research day and so on? So that's about people. Or do I want to improve on the place and the space because of research day? So you start by really thinking through what you're interested in improving, and then also questioning, why do I have this interest? And in questioning the why you have this interest, that would lead you to the assumptions that you perhaps have or had. And you also want to question and understand those assumptions. Why do I have them? Where did they originate? And then, what aims am I seeking to achieve? Am I really seeking to help students to learn better how to teach? Or am I seeking to advocate for a policy that I want changing at Shortwood? Or am I seeking really just to build on my practice? And then, of course, you look at the different types of action research and see where what you want to do and what you want to achieve lie, and then you use the cycle to design your action research process. So I'm sharing two quick examples as participatory action research that I undertook during the COVID period, right? The first one, we focused on exploring how lecturers in the Jamaican context were dealing with or functioning during the COVID-19 pandemic. And the questions are on the slide. what were the experiences they were having during that period as the pandemic was happening. And this emerged not because we really did set out to study COVID, but we had a project that we were engaged in, and COVID came, and we were trying to figure how we were going to do this, because we already had the participants. They were willing and were ready, and so we started talking. And as a result, we met online as lecturers, groups of lecturers, and shared what it is that we were experiencing at that time as strategies perhaps that we could use to support our students. So just to say what we did, we really used a method that is called photo voice, and I decided to share that today because it's not a popularly used method in our context. And the photo voice is like show and tell. Everybody in here must know show and tell. We know show and tell, right? You come to the class with something and you show it, and the teacher says, tell me about this. And you tell the teacher about it. So what we did at that time, instead of that, what we did was we met online and asked persons using certain prompts to answer the prompt using a photograph. So the person would bring a photograph. So as a lecturer, I don't have it on the slide, but there was one day that I was wearing a pair of sandals. It was very colorful, and I had construction work going on, and it so happened that that evening we were meeting online to talk about our experiences during the pandemic. And I took a photograph of the sandals and shared it and talked about the colors of it, how it's colorful, and how I'm going through different things, and how things are messy sometimes, but when you look beyond it, you know, people aren't do that all the time, right? So it's really just to say, as we were talking, we were learning about each other, and we were learning what each person was going through. I'm not going to go through what we did, but as a result of that, one of the things that we came up with was from that, learning that the three colleagues of us were engaged in what we call a pedagogy of care. We were caring for ourselves, caring for our children, but also caring for our students. Earlier, I spoke about the students who were part of this as well. And this was the flip side. The project that we initially wanted to do came about because we went to a conference and people were talking about Knowles' theories regarding adult learners, and we were there like, given the experiences that we're having, I wonder if this is the same thing for our adult learners in our context. And so we embarked on that. COVID came, and we had 9 adult learners online talking with us about their experiences that they were going through, trying to understand whether there were unique characteristics about our Jamaican, Caribbean adult learners, and then using that to guide what we do as lecturers in teaching them. I'm adding here as well, because I didn't say it earlier, that part of our quest as 3 lecturers and then 9 students, I share that, who were involved in this project. And the students were involved in the project, not just collecting data from them, but they were theorizing, and I'm using that word deliberately, meaning they were also helping us to make sense of what was happening. So meaning making was happening from the lecturer's perspective, but then meaning making was also happening from the students' perspectives. The students were also involved in analyzing the data with us. And these students are also involved in publishing the data with us. So I'm using that to say when we think about particularly participatory action research, which is what can happen every day, anytime, anywhere, anyhow, we can think about it from simple classroom activities to very large-scale activities that involve students across departments, students in one university, students with students in another university, lecturers across departments, lecturers and their students, etc. Because out of that, you're building scholarship in students. And one of the things that we want to do and we want to ensure happen is that when the students leave us, they're more empowered to think beyond the content that we would have taught them, right? That's the aim. And so other examples, I think I shared some of this as I was talking, but I'm going to put a plug here for pedagogical thinking, which is something that we must encourage our students to engage in. So as teacher educators, we must engage in pedagogical thinking. What is that about? Questioning what we do and why we do what we do. Questioning the curriculum, why it is the way it is. And I tend to talk about curriculum in different forms. The lived curriculum, the one that is the content that you get, the one that is taught when you enter the room, etc. But in order for us to be effective, whether it be as teacher educators, pre-service teachers, teacher professionals, we must always be engaging in pedagogical thinking, which is questioning, reflecting on, deconstructing what we're doing and why we do it. And that is where, beyond an individual classroom, a student teacher will become more effective. Beyond supervisors policing teacher educators, a teacher educator becomes, effective and so on. So these examples on here are just some suggestions. And so I think I want to close with talking about the benefits of action research. I mentioned some earlier. Action research helps us to respond to our context. I do the work that I do because within the Caribbean, we do not have enough literature telling our story. And so I'm encouraging students to get involved in action research because you don't have to go outside of your classroom to do this. You can do it about yourself. You can do it about your practice. You can do it about the environment within which you're working. And you don't need a lot of money to do it because you're involved in it every day. So it's about now thinking about it in a structured, systematic way because action research is systematic. We make use of observations. We do a lot of observations. Document that. Write it up about what you have tried and how you have tried it. And what it does, it empowers us to be intellectuals. So when people talk about teachers don't know what they're doing and they don't know how to solve this and so on, that's not true. We have had the most qualified teachers we have had in Jamaica's history in this time. Yes, some of them leave us, but we understand the dollars and cents, right? So action research can help to build our intellectual confidence and can help us see teachers as intellectual partners working together in a school, help us to build community of practice and communities of inquiry about issues that we are facing on a daily basis. One of the things I thought about as I was preparing this, I thought about the issue of dress that we now have in schools. That's a ripe project for action research, for perhaps presenting something. It could be have a student stand up here and ask other students to complete maybe a poll or questions and tell me what you think about the student's attire. And then ask said students to come up with what would you suggest we do. Those are things that we can engage in. We have the issue of here. So we have dress, but we have here. These are ripe issues for action research because we're living them every day in our classrooms. And I use those two examples because of this thing that I'm thinking about more recently. I don't like that clap because it don't make no sound. But I know it's the new form of clapping. Creative resistance, which is, you don't need to make up no noise with nobody, but you do the work and get the students to do the work that shows the kind of change that we want, which is about advocacy. And it could be advocacy for a policy, AI policy that we need, but you're getting it done creatively. And Kathy is one of the creatives I know, whether it be to even then present that data that you have in the form of a song. I'm not a creative. Or to present that data in the form of murals. Or to present that data in the form of signs that you may have. But I want us to think about how we can use action research as part of creative resistance. And I think that's where I'll leave it. Those are some references.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am now going to allow you to investigate some more with the presentation that Dr. Roof, Professor, I'm not accustomed to the professor yet, you know, Doc, just presented. So if you have any questions, now is the time. We are going to open the floor and take a few questions. Yes, ma'am.
That was a very insightful presentation, Professor Roof. I am truly inspired. So I've always been passionate about learning about like how things work, everything. I want to know it all. And I recently embarked on my very first research. Now, one of my biggest challenges, besides the literature review, was trying to remain objective. Because as a French major, I know that being multilingual provides me with global access. The world is now my stage. Now, sometimes the findings of research doesn't necessarily align with what we were expecting. So the matter of objectivity is always crucial. So I would like some insight on that, firstly. And you also mentioned quantifying.
Do you want me to, I'm old, do you want me to just take them one at a time?
Okay, sure. I was just giving you.
Yes, I think I prefer that because then it gives others an opportunity to perhaps think through what you have just asked. That's a very important question, and it speaks to one of the criticisms with action research and even qualitative research about the lack of objectivity that can occur. But there's also a comeback in the literature which says, even for those who are very positivist, meaning they are very quantitative, there is no gray in between, everything is black and white, there is also subjectivity. Yeah? So there is, in everything that we do, there is some level of subjectivity. The matter of objectivity, though, one of the things that you are advised to do is to declare your biases. So in doing the research, write out, reflect on what are my biases. Once you declare those and you're looking at the data, then you can know where in the data you, as the tool, as the instrument researcher, perhaps is leaning towards, and you're able to map that bias with a finding and peel back yourself. It's important. In the research, we also have what we call ethics. Ethical approval is important if you're going to do it officially and publish it and so on. And that approval may come from the consent that you get from those who are participating in the research. But the other thing that is important is that when you get the findings from the people and you have written it up, you carry it back to them and share it with them and ask them, does this reflect what you shared or what you said? So those are some guardrails that you can use as well. The other thing to do with research is to always have almost like a peer or a partner. The person doesn't have to be in your research, but somebody who you can bounce the ideas off and tell them what you're feeling. The beauty about research is what you said, so it's a plus, meaning we don't often find exactly what we think is happening. And so that's the beauty of the research, because then maybe what you were feeling or thinking, goes on. And so the evidence is what you use to guide them now the new direction. I hope that helps.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
All right, so we have time for just one more question.
Okay. They took away your other question. Oh, we can talk after as well. Yes.
All right, so you would have mentioned being a reflective practitioner and also a pedagogical thinking. Now, I know that they are similar, but I just want you to brighten the line between both sides so that I can know the difference and also where in the middle of the Venn diagram they fall.
Yes.
Right.
So they're not alike. That's the first thing. Within pedagogical thinking, you utilize reflection as part of that. So reflection says, I'm going to probe what's happening with me. I'm going to probe what I did, how I did it, what my thinking was or is while I was doing it or while I am doing it. So you're thinking about your thinking as you're reflecting, right? So that's part of the umbrella, which is pedagogical thinking. And so pedagogical thinking is up here, which says, I am reflecting, I am researching, I am talking with other people. So I'm doing way more than reflection. And I'm doing that in relation to my students, the literature that I would have read, etc., to see what are the instructional practices that I need to engage in. Whether those instructional practices may mean I need to do more reflection, and there are different types of reflection. And I'm just engaged in some research that's looking at how in-service teachers are using reflection. And one of the findings coming out so far is that they say they have been taught about reflection in college, but when they get into the mix of everything, they are not reflecting. They are not reflecting to do a small dimension of what is required in the pedagogical thinking. I hope I haven't confused you, right? So pedagogical thinking would be the umbrella. And then as one part, one of the spokes on the pedagogical thinking, it would be reflection. Another spoke could be literature search. Another spoke could be storytelling with other people. Another spoke could be dialoguing with other people and so on. And in that dialogue, the main thing is what are the instructional practices within which I need to engage to make my practice better, what's out there, what's in my context, etc. What are the assumptions that I hold? Are the assumptions aligned with? Am I functioning because of what's happening in my context rather than what the curriculum says I should be doing? All of those things. Do I need to go back to professional development? All of those things are wrapped up in the pedagogical thinking. Yeah? Is that clear?
Thank you. Very clear.
Yes. Good. 2 good questions, I think. Excellent teachers you will become. I'm looking forward.
Yes. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We have come to the end of our presentation this afternoon with Professor Roof. And I have 2 questions just before I move the vote of thanks. Did she try it? Yes. Did she fix it? Yes, as usual. Dr. Roof, thank you so much. And notice I'm still saying doctor. I know her as Dr. Roof. I felt like I was back in a classroom not too long ago listening to your voice and receiving such a wealth of knowledge and information as it relates to my field, my profession of teaching and teacher training. And so this afternoon, I really want to thank you. Yes. And for leaving us with what I really am going to reflect on as I leave here this afternoon is the power of reflection, inquiry, and investigation as we go through the process of action research. And as you mentioned, the 4 Ps: people, person, place, procedure, and process. All right? And so I just want to, I learned. Want to say thank you once again and look forward to having you with us again.
Can we give her another round of applause? All right, and we are wrapping up. So we are wrapping up with awards for our students. So we launched a research competition, Gen Next, from Mind to Manuscript. We had 3 categories: survey report, case study /action, so they could choose a case study or action research, as well as a poster presentation. We have 3 winners, so we have the winners from each category, and I would like to invite them on stage at this time. In addition to our graduating class that just left us, the top male and top female researcher from that group will also be awarded. They are receiving gift baskets, gift vouchers, and cash prize, as was advertised on the poster. Cash prize of $25,000 each, the gift basket, and a gift certificate. I will invite the Honorable Minister to distribute these awards to our students. Please join us on stage, students. Thank you. So we have the poster competition from the Science and Environmental Education Department. That is our winner, Abigail Levy. Okay. Congratulations. Her poster spoke about menstruation and looking at the products that we use, whether we're purchasing these products based on affordability or quality. And it was excellent. Great job. Yeah, she should get an envelope as well, yes. Our next awardee would be our case study, Miss Lavine Crossdale, who would have won her case study pretty much similar to the pitch she made this morning, looking at the benefits of being bilingual or multilingual in accessing global STEAM careers. Congratulations, Ms. Crossdale. And the other category from the GHSP department, the survey report, looking at the impact of AI on students. Pretty much they are trying to investigate the impact AI has on students' performance. Congratulations. We invite Xavier Chin. He's a past student, just graduated from the Modern Languages Department, and he has the highest score for applied research, which is final research project. Congratulations, Xavier. And we also have our top female researcher, that's Shantika Taylor from the Science Department. This is the way forward. More students involved, shaping the culture of research for action, not to place on shelves. I thank you, and I want to just give thank you, Minister, for you may have a seat or go, you decide. You decide. Yes, thank you so much. I just want to close the day's activities. It's 4 p.m. and we did promise to end on time. And I just want to give a brief vote of thanks. I really, really want to thank Shortwood Teachers College family, not just the planning committee, but every single member and faculty, every category of staff. It could not have been possible, and it would not have been possible without you. We want to thank all our participants and attendees from the various teachers' colleges in the TCJ. Bethlehem, we had Church Teachers College. I know they're traveling far. They were all here. We had St. Joseph's. We had Merle Grove here. Quite a few, and entrepreneurs here as well. Internal, from the internal and also external. The reality is the conversation has started, and I really want to thank our principal, Ms. Malloy, for making this all possible. Minister, we want to thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to be here with us. It's truly an honor. In the absence of our panelists, we want to thank them for that rich dialogue. Our moderator, Mr. Andrew Dennis, all of you, I appreciate you, and the day has been a success because you're all here and participated. Give yourselves a round of applause. You are free to go. Have a wonderful day. You have to dismiss the class properly, you know. You are free to go. All right, thank you so much. I know I dismiss you, but you know, sometimes the teachers forget things. I could not have ended without thanking our sponsors. NCB for making it possible, Infinity Cooperative Credit Union, Jamaica Publishing House, the Tip Friendly Society. We also had sponsors from the Hilton Hotel. We had sponsors from Grace Food Processors, and we also had sponsors from Dairy Industries. We want to thank all our sponsors, and most importantly, our tech team from Phase 3, our graphic artists and editors that made all of these graphics for you to be able to enjoy the session. Thank you so much.